Right.
Is it? It's labeled as second session too, right?
Yes, it should be. Yes.
All right. Cool.
All right.
About to put.
Just got the alert.
Yeah, same.
For people that are joining us, thank you. We're just doing some tests to make sure everything is good on the website. Hope you enjoyed the first session. Please make sure to tell your friends about it, like our page. Yep, got it. Okay. Make sure you like our page. Use any reactions that you have. We will also post up a link. If you go to our website, you can click right on that link if you would like to send a question or have a comment to coaches during that. Obviously, any social media that you have to do, you can put a comment in Facebook or YouTube or anything. Same as last time. Really happy with our first session. We engaged about 3,500 people, so pretty excited. So thank you for all of you that did join in and enjoyed the first session. And we will get started here in a little bit, about 7 minutes. Good deal. Coach, any issues on your end? Everything's good here.
Good. Everything looks good, man.
Okay. Anything you want to share with our audience as they're coming in here quickly?
Well, just excited to see, the amount of individuals that were reached. I mean, that's awesome. And if anybody who's kind of still around right now or is kind of getting into it, if you're on any of those football forums that I know some of us, who tend to be, film people that love to watch and learn different techniques. If you could share this with them, it's open for anybody to be able to get an opportunity to come in and take a look.
And just like anything, your friends get in and they start putting posts about you and comment about you, and
right.
Gotta love that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You mean the knuckleheads that I've had the opportunity and be fortunate enough to be around. Man, there's I'm just so thankful of all the people that are sharing it that I actually know. This is pretty cool. It was just an idea of trying to build community, and especially on Luther King Day like this is. A lot of football coaches waiting for an opportunity to get back to working with their players, especially here on the East Coast, or in particularly here in Wycomico County, but also in the state of Maryland. Just get a chance to have these coaches come through and be able to talk about ball and really kind of eliminate some of the other things that I think happen naturally at clinics where they kind of go out and they're doing other things. This is let's get at it with drills. Let's get at it with film. Let's try and let's get better, with one presentation at a time. And if everybody can pull one thing out, man, that's awesome. It'll be cool. I'm excited about the rest of the day. I'm excited. Yeah.
Still about 5 minutes out. Don't want to start too early, obviously.
Yeah, I know. Mm-hmm.
And again, thank everybody.
I like how also, the presentations from the morning time really referencing, some of the stuff that we saw in the NFL, yesterday in games. Because the practical application is that the stuff that you're learning football 101 here today is the same stuff that they're doing at that level or at any level, whether it's D3, D2, D1 AA, D1A, FBS, and then obviously the NFL. But where does it start? It starts at that ground level, really building stuff up. So really cool concepts, really cool concept.
Well, it's pretty cool because, obviously the college game ends up becoming the professional game
Right.
for a lot of reasons,
Sure.
to say the least. But why don't you tell people, obviously we're coming up on 4 minutes until we start here, kind of who we have coming up in the second session so people can obviously enjoy it and go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. So this next session, 1:00 start. We got 4 minutes, as you said. We've got Coach Anthony Johnson, recruiting coordinator, running back tight end coach for Shippensburg University. I'll let Coach, if he wants to, kind of introduce himself as far as that stuff. But he's going to be talking about, the idea behind running back drills, the development. He's done some spectacular stuff over the last 20 years that we've known each other. And I think it's just a great opportunity to, get that information and some of the things that he's done a tremendous job with kind of out to everybody else. Then our second session is going to be Alan Rudolph. I've never actually met Coach Rudolph in person. We've only talked on the phone. He got me fired up about coach offensive line play stuff, and we were going back and forth. So excited about him. And then our 3 and 4 o'clock is going to be Coach McGlinchy and his offensive coordinator, Coach Linhard, who is going to be doing quarterbacks. He's doing quarterbacks from 3 until 4. Then Coach McGlinchy is 3 to 4. And then Coach McGlinchy is going to be doing defensive line play from 4 to 5. And that'll wrap up our last 4 sessions of the day. So looking forward to it. Hope everyone's getting a lot out of the clinic. Again, as we go into it, I know we got like 2 minutes before we start. If you could take one thing out of every clinic, that was one thing that I learned very early on when I was a young coach. If you can take one actual item out of a clinic back to your program and are able to incorporate it, then you've had a successful clinic. And that's what this was, is can you get one thing? I think that'll be where it is we go.
All right, we're going to bring Coach in so we can make sure the screen's shared to go and kind of go. It won't be started yet, but we'll bring Coach in. Coach, if you can go ahead and share your screen for us, just so we can make sure everything kind of works and all that fun stuff. Hold on.
There you go.
All right. Yep.
All right.
All right. You're good. I'm good. Hold on one second. Going to make you the solo.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Jay. Hi.
Can't see you, but hey.
I didn't know it was you.
He said he can't see you. Yeah, because he can't.
You got his presentation up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, hi. I miss you. I love you.
You didn't know you were going to get. That's part of the clinic, everyone. My wife walks in and tells
Is everyone here?
Yes.
Hey, everyone. Sorry about it.
And she runs that pretty quickly.
That's right. That's the way it works. That's how it works in the Riley household.
All right, I'm gonna leave. We're gonna start the countdown, and we're gonna get going here. All right.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Hold on one second.
All right, cool. So we're back for a second session today. Excited to present a longtime friend. I call him family. Coach Anthony Johnson. Coach Johnson, thanks so much for being here with us. I'm going to turn it over to you. It's 1 o'clock. You've got 45 minutes to knock it out of the park, and then whatever we go with, people can ask questions as we go through, and I'll pause and kind of let you know when things pop up. But yeah, thanks again, and we'll get it rocking. Thanks, Coach.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you guys for having me on. It's always a pleasure to, I always feel blessed and fortunate to speak. I enjoy doing this. This is part of the coaching profession, just sharing. Again, my name is Anthony Johnson, recruiting coordinator, running backs, tight ends coach at Shippensburg University. I'm going to talk about some fundamental drills just with the running back play, okay? My philosophy is always keep it simple and coach effort. Before I start the presentation, it's always a clinic. We always need to talk about recruiting. I want to let you guys know we're a Division II program. Shippensburg University is located South Central PA. As you can see, some bullet points on the PowerPoint slide. Just to point out a couple, we're about 100 plus majors and minors, 8,000 students, 57 graduate programs. We got a really great facility here. Like I said, in South Central PA, just 40 minutes from Maryland. All right. I'm gonna breeze through this, but I want to make sure that you guys, know a little bit about Shippensburg before I start. Our head coach has been here for 10 seasons, most consecutive winning seasons in school history, two-time AFC Division II Region One Coach of the Year, all-time win list at Ship. And Shippensburg University has over 500 plus wins, 4 out of the other PSAC schools in the conference. Top scoring offense in the PSAC, 38 points a game. We're consistently averaging 4,000 fan members every home game. So you'll get a great game day atmosphere here. And we just opened up a $2 million locker room and a brand new weight room with turf and brand new turf. Like I said, I'm gonna keep talking about our university and our brand, because it's all about that. That's how you get good running backs. You got to sell a brand across the country. 16 All-American selections, 39 All-Region selections, 80 All-Conference selections. Coach Mack's been here again 10 seasons. It's a pleasure working for him. Here's all our Twitter information, our Instagram and our Facebook. All right, let's get started. Coaches win practice, players win game. My running back philosophy is bid. Teach the brain, teach the eyes, and teach the body. Our job is a TCB, what I call it, take care of the ball. That's our first and most important job, as a running back. Make the first person miss and finish runs. Our job is to score, so that's my philosophy. That's what I believe in. And most importantly, what I'm going to focus on in this presentation is making the first person miss and teach you how to finish runs. Okay. 3 rules I tell all the running backs in my room. This is the first day. I'm treating you guys just like you were in my room. I got this from Navy. I started out as a triple option guy. So, 100% ball security. We already talked about that. Block to get the rock. If you don't want to block, you're not going to get the rock, fellas. Be a playmaker. That's first and foremost. And that's about recruiting. If you're a high school youth guy, take the most athletic kid and give him the ball. All right. Each time our running backs come to the line of scrimmage, no matter what the formation, we talk about carbs. That's the protocol for each play. Everybody loves carbs. You got, call for the C, A for your alignment, reads and keys, B for ball security and blocking and speed. And that's our everyday routine. Once we get to the line of scrimmage for any play, we break down it just like this: carbs, carbs, carbs. And if we understand that, then it should be no problems. All right. What you can expect from me. All right. And this is very important. Coaching skill positions. Okay. You need to have energy and passion and also commitment to them being the best that they can be. And you're going to have to keep challenging yourself to improve your drills every week. Okay. You're going to have to come up with something new, but make sure it's relevant to what is transferring to the field. Just don't come out there. I know I see a lot of Instagram and Twitter guys putting his ladders and all this stuff on. I'm not a believer of that. Okay. You want schematic drills that you're going to see on a game tape so you can relate to your players. It's a commitment to being, a good coach. Honesty for the skill guys. Be honest with them. Let them know if they're not going to play. That's what we talk about. Where you at in the depth chart and the open door policy. If you're not coaching like this, okay, this is just a drill we do every day at Ship. When we get our pads on, if you're not running after this running back and the running back's not looking like he's having fun, then you're not coaching. This is what it should look like. See us all take off. He breaks a tackle. We're right behind him. Running back having fun. That's how it should look. Okay. That's what I mean by coaching. Ball security. Let's talk about ball security. A ball security philosophy. If you cannot carry the football properly, you will not play. Every play, I'm telling you on the sideline, the kids know me. If I'm at practice, you hear me say ball up, nose to the sky, ball up. I'm screaming it all throughout practice for all the skill guys. And if they don't do it, they cannot play. You can see in the background of this picture here, this guy's jumping over a defender here. I think that's Lockhaven. No, it looks like Bloomsburg we're playing here. He's jumping over the defender. He still has the ball what? High and tight. Okay? High and tight. All right. How do you teach that? Let's talk about it. Eagle claw and cover the tip of the football. Embed it in your forearm. Brace it right underneath your bicep. Push it close to your chest. Squeeze it. Okay. Make sure the window's closed in the back. No space. Make sure it's tight against your body. In the picture there, you see him covering. That's how we cover it. We do not do the old school way where you put the ball on your belly and put 2 hands over top. We cross our wrists, okay, and we squeeze the ball into our chest. The ball needs to have those points covered, and you need to squeeze it to your sternum, and the nose should be to the sky. And when I say nose to the sky, that means the tip of the ball should be to the sky, okay? Always. If your elbow is not above your wrist, below your, if your elbow is not above your wrist, if your wrist is not above your elbow, it's not high and tight. Make sure I say that again. If your wrist is not above your elbow, it's not high and tight, okay? That's one of the cues you can tell your guys, all right? One of the ball security drills that I have done in the past, I've done, when I was at Central Connecticut State, I've done it at Salisbury University, I've done it at Cheney University, now I'm doing it here at Ship, okay? We take 2 balls, okay? And then this diagram shows you exactly where we start at. The players are here, the players are here, the player with the ball starts here, he goes to the middle, runs around the cone, come back through, and I'm gonna show you on video what it looks like. But I think it's very, very important that you have 2 footballs and you're squeezing high and tight and you chin both those footballs, nose to the sky, sink your hips when you go around each cone and keep your head and eyes up, okay? It's very important. The reason why I do 2 balls is because in certain situations, he's going to have to carry it in either of the hands, all right? When we're taking a handoff, obviously I want him to take it with the bottom hand, so it's always, if he's going right, he takes it with the bottom hand, it's already on the outside arm. If he's going left, he takes it with the bottom hand. It's already on the outside arm. If we're going across and say we're on the right side, okay, we're on the right side of the quarterback and we're in a gun situation and we're running outside zone to the left and he comes across the quarterback's toes and he's taking a handoff, that's the only time that I'll tell him he can take it with his top hand, okay, but he has to make sure that his hands are at his belly button and his thumb is at his sternum and they're pressing against his body. We're not reaching for the ball, okay? All right, and that's just something we can talk about later on. Here's a video of that drill right here. It's a little blurry, but I hope you guys can see it. I have another video that will probably show a little better, but see how he got the ball high and tight? He goes around those 3 cones. We got two guys going at the same time. I'm a big component of not letting kids stand around and practice, so we want to make sure that they're always going. Here's another view of it. It's a little modified, but we got 3 cones here, 2 players on both sides. And as the running back goes around each cone in this format here, as he goes around the cone, these guys are going to swipe at it. Okay, I don't know how many players and running backs you have on your team, but I used to coach at 30 at a time, okay, at Salisbury University because we ran a triple option at that time. But you can see those guys ripping at the football. All right, I'm going to play it again so you guys can get a good view because I don't want to go too fast so you don't see it. But this is a good ball security drill for a two ball carrying situation where you can teach them how to not rely on that dominant hand that kid always wants to use in carrying the football. Another thing I've done in the past is a ball security circuit for 5 minutes, okay? You got a 90% resistant drill, a wrestling drill, and a gauntlet, okay? I don't have the videos for these guys, but I'm going to break that down for you real quick. 90% resistant, you just put them in lines and you partner up. What I like for them to do is grab the hips and pull hard. They got a good forward lean. The person that is resisting is behind them, and then the other person is leaning forward, running the football. Everybody's seen this drill before. It's just a 90% resistant, and we're going to hold his hips while he's pumping as fast as he can. Your whole point of reference and cues and teaching the running back is keeping the ball close to his sternum, keeping the ball high and tight, using that free arm and squeezing the ball to his sternum of his chest. Okay, the wrestling drill. I like to grab the opposite shoulder, and we're still partnered up. Grab the opposite shoulder and pull and swipe at the same time. Pull and swipe. I don't like to grab jerseys because now, I don't know if you notice, everybody's making those tight jerseys. So it's not too much stuff hanging around where you can grab. I like to pull his shoulder and pull and swipe. Pull and swipe. So you got your left hand on his left shoulder, his right arm, sweeping around to grab that football. And then everybody knows what a gauntlet is. 2 lines, and the guy sprints back through, everybody's swiping at the football. Okay. And I like to do that as a 5-minute circuit. All right. Everyday drills. Okay. If you played for me, you know we're going to be out at practice 15 minutes early because we got a lot of stuff that we need to cover before we do our schematics. Most practices, you know, you get 5 or 10 minutes with the running backs, but you need to go over a certain play. You need to go over a certain route. You need to go over certain schematics that you might not get those everyday drills. And that's what this presentation is all about. So Monday, we go through a dynamic stretch, agility, walkthrough schemes that week. Tuesday, dynamic and agility, fit phase and blocking with the scheme. Wednesday, dynamic stretch, agility scheme. Thursday, dynamic stretch, agility competition drills, receiving drills within the scheme. So I'm doing this all within 15 minutes. The key to it is this dynamic warm-up is going to make sure that we do not get those running backs hurt. So when we come out there, the dynamic stretch, they do a series of stretches, okay? And I started this at a small school in Maryland in 2008. We had a lot of hamstring injuries. I went and talked to the track coach. I went and talked to some strength and conditioning coaches and some other guys just to talk about how can we prevent hamstring prevention. So I thought we needed to get a dynamic stretch, and this is what we did. We did a walk lunge to a hamstring pull, walk to squat, and sideways lunge to a pivot, Frankenstein, stiff leg, dead leg. I'm going to show you the film on this, guys. And once we get through these stretches, then we did our agility drill. Okay. Now, these are the moves that I believe make the first person miss. Okay. I'm going to say that again. These are the drills and things that we're going to do every day that I think will make the first person miss. Okay. I'm not a big component of a 2-step cut or a stutter in our feet. I want you to be able to put your foot in the box. I want you to be able to tap cut. I want you to have hips. I want you to be able to make a speed cut and then to pick up the lines at the end. This is the diagram of what this drill series is going to look like. I call it the diamond series, okay? And we get after like this. So this is just the warm-up so you can see how I put these guys in line. All right, it's 3 lines, okay? They're doing their lunges now, and we do all those stretches that I had mentioned before. Okay, and everybody's holding the ball, and I'm walking through. You know, I have a little guru stick, fumble stick that I go and swipe and hit them. But I make sure that everybody has a ball. If you don't have a football, we have tennis balls where you put it in the embedded of your elbow to keep that elbow in tight. So you don't put the tennis ball in your bicep. You put it embedded in your elbow and squeeze it to your rib cage. That's going to keep the ball high and tight. Everybody else has a ball. All right. Here's another look at it. This is them wrapping it up with the dead leg and some high knees, but it's 3 lines. And you can see the cones in the middle of the diamond series that I've been doing for like 10 years. All right. I think it works pretty good for us. All right. Let's talk about the in and out. All right. Here's the diagram here. I'm not going to read this word for word. I want you to just follow me. All the running backs start on the right-hand side. We're going to press this outside cone of this diamond, and we're going to stick our left foot in the box and push off and get out. So when we stick our left foot in the box, everything's going to be aligned. All right, my chest over my knee, my toe pointing up forward, up the field, and everything's in line with my head to my knee, to my ankle, to my toe. And I'm going to stick that foot inside that box, that diamond right there. And typically we have a line to give him that landmark. And when he sticks that leg in there, he's going to push on it and get back out. So we call that an in and out. So you want to give him a little bit of head action, but do not put your head past your knee. It has to be all in line. So when we stick it, we're getting in and out. Here's what it looks like. This is me at Ship. My first year, we didn't have spring ball, so I couldn't get a lot of film. But here's the actual move before I show you how it's demonstrated in the drill work. So here, watch him stick in, get back out. You see how he uses his hand too? He swipes the first hand down. He swipes it down, boom, above the elbow, keep it going. All right, that's a little guy. You got to make a miss. Here's another one. This is a tight end. I told you I coach running backs and tight ends. He's going to stick his foot on the ground and get back out. He comes around, watch him stick, boom. Swipe the first hand down, make the first person miss. And drill work, this is what it looks like. See him stick on the line, bang. I didn't like how 86 did that right there, how he stuttered a little bit. You want to be fluid, stick your foot on the line, get back out. Here's it from the tight view. You can see it here. Stick it in, stick it out. Stick it in, stick it out. Right there in the box. Always give your running backs landmarks, things that they can see. All right. Here's another one. We just use the body. Remember I talk about swiping that hand? So you stick it in, swipe above the elbow, push off. Swipe above the elbow, push off. I'm going to show that again because I like to put guys in front of these guys because you want them to run up on a defender and press his toes and give him something and get out of there. Okay? We don't make a move, 5 yards away from a guy. We want to press it. Here's some game footage here. All right, you can see this. This is a little dated, but been teaching this for 10 years now, and it works. It works, guys. It worked. All it is give him a little dead leg back in the day, backyard football. I'm going to play it again. It works. And we practice this every day. Get him out of there. Make the first person miss, finish the run. It's a good job there. Tap cut. This is my form of a jump cut. I just call it a tap cut because I want him to be able to explode, after he gets through this cut. So he's going to, again, we're starting on the right side, and we're going to press the outside of this cone, okay? Once we get to this cone, okay, our feet are square. We're bending at our knees, okay? We're sinking our hips. That's the most important thing. Sink your hips like you're getting in a squat. Keep the ball high and tight. Keep your pad level up, head up, eyes up, okay? You're going to push off your right leg, your outside leg. So if we're on the right side, we're going to push off our right leg, and we're going to travel, just graze the turf here, and then we're going to get vertical. You see that line? We're just going to graze the turf here and get vertical. Okay, once we push off, okay, we have that line in between the diamond of these cones. They need to cross with both feet on the same side. Okay, you'll see it on the film. If guys don't have strength in their lower extremities, okay, they will not be able to push off their outside leg and travel a little bit. So we want to make sure they're able to do that. Okay, here's what it looks like from Ship. Okay, and I don't like the way he crossed his back leg, but he took some time getting to it. Remember, I was new here, and we started these drills, and he's still learning. But that was perfect what we're talking about. That's a tap cut right there. Here it is in a game situation. All right, we get an intruder, we get a blitzer backer. He just comes free, untouched, and watch this running back just make a tap cut and get vertical. Watch him explode. Boom. There we go. So you need to be able to do it in tight quarters. Here's what it looks like on the diamond series. You can see it here. Number 5 on this side. Look at these guys. They're all traveling, getting vertical. Okay, you need to teach your kids how to accelerate, decelerate, and then accelerate again. Here it is with me in front of the diamond. Watch his feet. Get both you across the line using landmarks. I don't like how 46 crossed over there. See how he put his foot on the line? Some of these guys need some work, and that's why we're doing this before practice, so they can get these essential drills, so when they get in a game situation, we'll make that first guy miss. All right? Show it again. Hopefully they come back. Watch them. I get in front, sink, boom. Sink your hips. That's what it looks like in the diamond series. Here it is again. 23 does a good job over here. 39. 43, I don't like how he clicks his heels, but you're using that line as a reference to get both feet down and explode out. Here it is in a game situation. Conference championship about 2 years ago. Watch 34. He gets trapped in the trenches. We make a little tap cut here. Boom. And we off to the races. We're off to the races. Here it is here. He does a tap cut twice in this. This is a big run. You practice these drills every day, it's going to be automatic with the players. Boom. That's 1. Watch him come back. 2. I would like for his pad level to be a little lower, him to sink his hips a little bit. He was a little stiff, but he was a good football player. Here it is at the Navy Stadium. We used to play there when I was at Salisbury University. On the sideline, tap, get vertical, walk in the end zone. Just a quick push off the outside leg, sink your hips, bend your knees in the end zone. All right, here's a speed cut. All right, this is what one of the ones I love for those big guys. If he's not as flexible with his hips, bending his knees, he's a little stiff. I used to call them Terrell Davis cuts. All we doing here in the Diamond Series, we're going to press the outside cone, and we're going to have our foot go up the field vertically, okay? This is very important. It's not outside our framework. We're running vertically straight up the field. Our foot is going to push to this cone, and then I'm going to twerk my right shoulder because I'm on the right side, and I am going to turn it, and I'm going to decrease my surface area, and I am going to go across the line and then get vertical. So, again, this foot is coming up the field vertically. Stick it in the ground, knee over toe, chest over knee, and then I'm going to turn my shoulder really hard to get in between the diamond and then get vertical, okay? What we're doing is cutting to the soft shoulder of the defender. So, back in the day, they was taught to, bring your head to the ball when they're tackling, that pressure, them angles. We're going to cut against the grain of those angles and cut to a soft shoulder, okay? Here's what it looks like on film. Here's us at Ship. Okay, I would like for his shoulder to be down and not swing the ball as much. Okay, but he was a big guy. He was like 6'2", 245 pounds. But you can see here he made the first person miss. His first foot, he should have been pressing up the field a little bit more. Okay, but see how he turned his shoulder to the soft shoulder of that defender. He was not able to get a hand on him. Okay, here's what it looks like in the Diamond Series. Up the field. That's a good one right here by number 45. See how they dip their shoulder across the diamond and they get vertical. You want to press up the field, make that speed cut, and sink your shoulder right into that soft shoulder of that defender. Okay, so we can break that tackle. Okay. Here it is again. You'll see it. I'm coaching them up a little bit, just making sure they twerk that shoulder, decrease their surface area, and get skinny and go through that diamond. And we do these drills every day, guys. All right, here it is with a defender in front of him, just like that. Try to give us some simulation of what it looks like, because most running backs, you got to teach them, unless he's a naturally gifted kid and he's not afraid. He might have some moxie. He might, he'll run up to a defender. Some guys are a little hesitant, so you need to simulate that in practice and get them used to stepping on their toes, breaking that cushion, and then making his move as close as possible. That's how you break that tackle. Okay, when you go through it, you got to have that knee drive as well when you twerk that shoulder. Here's some film. Okay, watch this little guy catch this pitch. He's going to cut to the soft shoulder. I would love for him to, dip his shoulder a little bit more, but he got the job done. Here's a competition drill. You already saw it. Now he does a little extra step. He was a little stiff, but he cut to the soft shoulder. That's what you want to see. Hips. I teach hips, and I'm going to show you how I do it, okay? I don't know if you guys seen the movie Forrest Gump, but Forrest Gump made that long run by making a 90-degree cut, okay? He went ran to the line, and then he ran across the field in a straight line and then turned vertical and scored a long touchdown. I don't know who's watching this. If you've seen the movie Forrest Gump, you know what I'm talking about. So we used to call it Forrest Gump cuts, okay? So he would turn his hips, and when you turn your hips on the defender and he has an angle on it, that guy might just run right past you because you turn and decrease your surface area for him catching that hip. You know how they do the two-hand tag hip drill, okay? When you turn your hips to the sideline and then get vertical, that defender might just run right past you. Okay, so that's what we're teaching here. Just watch them turn their hips to the sideline and then get vertical. Turn the hips to the sideline. These guys are better than the guys in the middle. These are a little stiffer guys. These are little skilled guys right here. They can turn their hips and get up the field. Okay, you want to make sure it's fluid too. Make sure it's fluid. So when you're coaching them, just run, turn your hips, There's going to be some times in the trenches where you're going to have to turn your hips and just run. You know, you're going to get pressure from a D lineman, linebacker, blitzing, whoever. You get that football, you might just have to turn your hips. But the key is getting your hips back up the field vertically. Okay, here it is with a defender here. Turn your hips, get vertical. As soon as you turn them, get vertical. You can see how we drill it. Same diamond series, same cone setup, nothing changes. Nothing changes. But we're just simulating the defender in front of them. Let this play out so you guys get a good view of the drill. Here it is, some film on it. Okay. Watch him turn his hips. Okay, it's a little subtle, but you'll see it. Just turn his hips, and now we just want him to run. You might see it a little better here. Watch him turn his hips. Now get vertical. See, I would like for him to turn up a little bit more. Get vertical. See how you just change the angle of that defender? If he does not have good change of direction, it's going to be tough when you turn your hips to the sideline and run away from that guy. Here's my favorite out of all the drills. Pick up the lines, okay? Pick up the lines. We do this as the last one. So I'm going to show you a game clip first, okay? Now, this was my first season at Ship. We did not have a season this year or spring ball, but, you know, I coached the running backs and tight ends. And one of the highlights of, you know, coaching is when a kid is doing what you taught him to do on the field, and he knows it. So when he put his hand on the ground, he's like, we practice that every day, coach. Like the crowd went crazy. The booth was up there crazy. I get a call up top, you know, like, hey, everybody's excited because we've been practicing all year to get this done. And this is a taller guy. He's about 6'4", okay? He's about 240-pound tight end, All-American for us. He caught about 68 balls. In order for him to transition to the next level, first of all, he's going to be able to have to do special teams, but he's going to have to, you know, make that first person miss, you know, evade these tacklers. And this is something that we're working on daily. So watch him catch the ball here, and he puts his hand down, gets vertical. So, you know, this is our last game of the season, and he struggled with this drill all year, you know. All right, so this is what it looks like on the diamond series. He puts his hand down. When they put their hand down on the ground, you want to do opposite arm, opposite leg. Okay, I'm going to pause it real quick so you guys can see it. What I tell them is they got to shoot their hips forward, put your whole palm on the ground, okay? Opposite leg, opposite arm, because that's your tripod. And when you push off the ground, you got to shoot your hips forward, and you got to push and thrust your hips forward so your head will follow. And once you do that, your eyes will be up, okay? So you will not lose your balance. You know, people always say if your head's going down, that's where you're going. So you want to shoot your hips forward and your eyes will follow. All right, here it is again. And we call this drill one and done at the end. So he pops his head down, and then he has to do a move afterward. Boom, we one and done. Pick up the lines, and they do a move that they already been taught throughout the diamond series. In and out, tap cut, hips, speed cut. So they go one down, one hand down, and then, you know, we go from there. Okay, here it is again. They're going to come back and do the same thing. And I'm just emphasizing putting their whole hand on the ground, you know, or when they do that in and out, making sure we get knee over toe, you know, up the field, chest over knee, a little bit of head, and get in there. See, I would like for them to pop their head up a little bit more. But you get the gist just by seeing the drill. And this is what we do. This is a 15-minute routine, that dynamic warm-up, those 3 drills, and then we pick up the lines. And you see Coach over there demonstrating it as well. Here's another look at it, one and done. Shoot your hips. And I'll make them do it over again until they get it right. If they don't put their foot in the box of the diamond, you know, or if they don't get both feet across, we're going to get it right, because I believe these core principles right here will make the first person miss. I'm not out here teaching a stutter step, a 1-2 punch, all that stuff. I think that's for show. These kids, they do this naturally, other than a tap cut, an in and out, their hips running away from people. If they play backyard football, these are simple drills that they've done before. We're just perfecting them. All right. Here's what it looks like with a hand down from the tight copy. We're going to get the extra yards here. Okay. Watch this guy put his hand down in the trenches. Okay. After he makes contact with a guy. He puts his hand down, boom, extra yards right there. Using all his tools. Here's another one. Watch him catch this pitch, make the guy miss, put his hand down, get the extra yards. If you don't practice this stuff, guys, to the kids that are not blessed and gifted with athletic ability, they will not be able to do it. Some guys are naturally just going to use it, but you got to practice this stuff for them to get better at it. Here's a tight copy of it. Watch him put his hand down, pop his hips up, boom, get vertical. I'm not a big component of putting your hand down and doing the whole circle around the bags and all that stuff. I just want you to put it down on the ground and get vertical. And let's see if we can do another move off of it. Okay. Competition drills. I think this is important, guys. You got to make practice fun for your guys. And you got to have a day where you break the monotony of, technique so much, just getting after them so much, and let them understand that this game is supposed to be fun. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to have some fun, especially with the skill guys. Okay. Especially with the skill guys. Here's a competition drill where we got these guys 2 back-to-back. We took this from Navy. We went to their spring ball practice every year. And we got 2 coaches over here. I point at a cone. He points at a cone. So this defender's going to go around this cone and they're going to face each other. And they have to make each other. The guy with the ball has to make the defender miss. Okay. And then score, obviously. So I'm going to let it play so you can see the gist, So he goes around the cone, gives him a move. That's too much for me, So I'm chewing him out on that. Make one move and go. Okay. But that's what the drill looks like. Drill purpose here. Here's another agility competition drills. This is just a zigzag drill. Okay. Everybody knows what that is. You got your cones. Okay. And you set them up in this fashion here. All right. And then the running backs are here. And then they can go up here and do a speed cut, press up the field with that right leg, cut, knee and toe up the field, knee over toe, chest over knee, just a little bit ahead, everything in line, not stepping out the framework of your body, pushing off, going here, doing the same thing. Every cut is up the field. When we get here, I have a hula hoop here, a big hoop that the D linemen use. Okay. And then we turn that corner and it's almost like they running a 200. They turn that corner, get their shoulders around, and then they finish through and race each other. Okay. On this side, you just do your simple bag drills and then they turn down the middle and come back here and race each other on this side. So you can be as creative as you want with the bag drills. I'm not a big person of step over bags. I like the little bags because that's more realistic. I don't want those guys over exaggerating stuff. I want them to give them game-like situations with the little bags, not the real high ones. Okay. So here's a competition drill. We added a little extra to it because I'm a big component on training their eyes too. And I think I talked about that when we talked about my philosophy with bed. The brain, eyes, and then body. So I wanted to train their eyes as well when they're in a competition situation where you got to finish, but you still got to make a move. So pay attention to these guys at the bottom here and watch what they do once these guys come around this hoop. So they're going to press up the cones. Boom, boom. He gets around, come all the way around. Now they got to make that guy miss. Now it's a little dangerous, but they got to keep their head up and their eyes on a swivel. So I'm going to show it again. Just being creative, guys. You can create whatever you want. You can take these same drills and do it your way, but it's training them. Make the first person miss. Here's another one. Here's another view. Boom, boom. They go around the hoop, come around the middle, making that guy miss. And we just have a little competition, you know. I've been saying this for years. If you have vision but no feet, how are you going to get there? If you have feet with no vision, where are you going? Okay? They go hand in hand. So you got to teach all this stuff, guys. All right? Here's another. This is one of my favorites too, combo drills. Okay? So here at Ship, I coach the running backs and tight ends. So we do a lot of combo drills. I wasn't able to film it because we didn't have spring ball this year because of COVID. But here's some film that I've dialed up in the past, okay? So we got this running back here in the gun, okay? He's reading these three linemen. They got bags. They're going to tell them which hole is opening up. And I got two slots here, okay? What I'm teaching here is pressing their blocker, all right, to the butt and hip of the blocker, but staying tight once he makes the block. So you'll see exactly what I'm talking about here. I want him to get on that cushion and make that cut off his block tight as possible. We call that riding a wave. Okay, I'm gonna show it again. I want him that tight and get back on that wave. Ride that wave off that block. Okay, you see how this 45 up top? He's pressing the blocker. He sees him make the block, but see how far he's drifting over? I don't want him that far. I want him tight to the block and get vertical. The faster you get vertical, the better you are. So now we're gonna put it all together. All right. And you see this, these guys are, the drill is working itself. It's working itself. It's a well-oiled machine. And I'm able to coach multiple positions doing this. Okay. And this is in pre-practice. Here's another look at it when it's all perfected, right? I would like for number 7 to be tighter to his butt. Let's show it again. Sorry, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna show that one. Number 7 should have been tighter there. I'm gonna show it again. Look at the running back here, stutter here, training his eyes, reads. You know, we talked about carbs, your reads and your keys, understanding what you're looking at. Okay. Yak drills, yards after contact. How do you practice this? You know, I get this question all the time. Yak. All right, here's a perfect example of what it looks like. These are what I call man drills. All right, see how he put his near arm and near leg and run through that defender. I'm gonna play it again. His near arm and near leg. Watch him. Boom. And explode out of there. He accelerated off contact. That's how you break tackles after contact. Okay. Here's another one. Watch him get here. Boom. You want to have good leg drive. You want that same leg that you're making a contact with. So if I got a defender coming from my left, okay, of my left here, I'm going to put my same leg, my left leg, and my arm, and I get a little flipper, and I'm going to dip down, same leg, same arm, and I'm going to explode up, driving that knee, driving my hip forward, get my pad level down, coming low to high, okay? But it has to be all in the same motion, and it has to be power with it. You have to practice it. So here's a little drill that I used to do where I just make these guys get used to getting hit. So a little thud before practice, you know, bang, bang, never hurt nobody. And it's a light bang, bang. See how he carries them over? So that the guy in front of the guy carrying the football, his job is to give him a little thud, okay? Give him a little thud, a little rap. And the guy running the football, he's going to use that same arm, same leg with that flipper, okay? And he's going to drive. But once he makes contact, I tell him it's like a light switch should come on. I need to go 1,000 miles an hour, 1,000 miles an hour. My feet should just be turning at this point. They should just be going fast as they can, you know. like Tasmanian devil. At this point, as soon as I make contact, I should be roaring. I should be going faster than I already was going before. You should not stop your feet. Okay. So once they make contact, you'll see it. I'm going to show it again. Watch him drive his feet. And then that guy just kind of holds him for a second and lets him go. You just want to get that running back used to making contact. Some kids don't know what it feels like, especially young running backs. Drive, let it go. See, I get up in there, drive and let it go. Because I demonstrated for them because I want them to get that feel of that defender trying to make that tackle and him driving and letting it go. Boom. Driving and let it go. Drive and let it go. All right. Here's another one. We're ripping through it. Same leg, same arm. We're ripping up, bringing low to high, trying to get that power leg forward. I want that same leg and that same arm to hit the ground and drive up at the same time. And I have these guys. It's very important that you teach these kids how to hold the bag properly. Okay, so I have it where they put their knee, okay, their knee down, their left knee down, and the right knee up, and the bag in between their crotch and right above their numbers. Okay, you don't want the other knee up. Okay, you want that knee protecting you here with that bag, so you can get a little bag on them. There it is. See, you holding the bag while I'm correcting them there. All right, guys, like I said, I've been doing this for 10 years. I've been working on the Diamond Series for a long time. I hope you enjoyed it. I think that's my time. Am I right, Riley?
You're on it, man. See, that's why I start on time, end on time, man.
Yeah, I try to be precise. I had a lot of clips to go through, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. Here's all my information. You can check out my Running Back Unlimited page on Instagram. I put most of my drills on there. If you have any questions, my cell phone number is here. If you have any kids that are looking for a home that are quality Division II players, Shippensburg is a great place to be. I'm a recruiting coordinator. You can have them contact me. We're always looking for good guys with good character and can play the game. All right. If you want to be a game changer, you better be in my running back room.
I like it, man. I like it. Look, I think we got a couple questions that came in.
Okay.
So interested to practice the running backs and tight ends. How interesting is it to practice the running backs and tight ends together during Indy? What has been the challenge for you?
The challenge is, I wasn't able to film as much, but I did some really good stuff this year, man, with some combo drills with these guys, because obviously the tight end is a versatile player, but he's in the run game. So, I was able to do things with the tight end and running backs where, if we're running counter or power, they can see the blocks, and we can kind of simulate those actual schematic drills together. But through the Diamond Series, what I did with the tight ends, instead of them carrying the football, I had a guy throw them the football, and they tight turn up the field. So they caught at least 15 balls in pre-practice and still did the dynamic warm-up and the agility drills through the Diamond Series.
All right, hold on. You got to slow that down for me. All right, so you just said that you were able to get break down that warm-up time to transition to practice time, because you said it's like 15 or 20 minutes. Like
it's 15 minutes.
There you go.
It's a well-oiled machine.
I hear you. Yeah. So actually, Coach Preston just sent in. He said warm-up takes 15 minutes. Players are out there 3:15, 3:30. Do you suggest 20 minutes for the warm-up? Where that you go?
The first day I would suggest 20 minutes. I've been doing it for a long time. So, but once you get it going and they understand it, it's like a stretch routine, and it gets faster. So those dynamic drills, those agility drills, it really takes 7 minutes.
Okay.
So
once they've gotten an idea as to what it is that they get,
remember,
then it speed it up, is what you're saying.
you got to remember players are better if they understand the routine of what they're going to do every day.
Right.
So if they know they're doing this every day, they're going to get faster at it and they're going to try to get better at every day. It's a routine. It's a schedule. Like I don't even have to be out of practice right then and there. I already know those guys going to have those 3 cones out there. The diamond series is going to be going. When I get out there, I'm just coaching them up.
Right.
And that's how fluid should be.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And when you're thinking about how it translates, I mean, again, you're talking about you said it a couple times while we were going through it, but like one of the things that you're looking at is, if it translates into, the backyard concept, if I'm in the backyard and I'm putting these things together.
I mean, a lot of kids aren't playing backyard football no more, but when we were playing, I'm an 80s baby,
Right.
We played football. It was I had a couple good running back coaches throughout my day, but they didn't teach me 1-2 punch, spin moves. I've never learned none of that. We focus on the things that I've already done, like a dead leg. We call it a dead leg. I call it in and out now. People call it a jump cut. I call it a tap cut. It's all the same thing. But I learned this. I took this philosophy from a guy named Tony Ball, who was at the University of Georgia. I went down there for like 4 days, and Sean Marino was in the room, and we were talking about running back play. And I was just clinicking. I just wanted to learn. It was my first year coaching. And I went down there for, like I said, 4 days or 3 days. I can't remember how many days, but I was there for a while. And he asked me, so I was at Georgia, right? I'm sitting in the running back room with these leather chairs. Like it was awesome. And he's like, show me all your drills. So I pulled out my little black and white notebook and I'm talking about my drills. And he's like, well, can you show any of that stuff on the film? I said, I paused. And I was doing ladders. I was doing hurdles.
Hold on. You got a comment that says, # get the ball up. Good stuff, coach. Great to see it. Some of these drills that made me better player in the past and now making my players better. Coach Taylor threw that out.
That's my man. Yeah.
No doubt. So, yeah, continue on. That's awesome.
So he was like, you can't show it on film. So then he pulled up his film and Sean's in there. And he's like, hey, Sean, tell him what this drill is. Tell him what this drill is. And he's spitting it out. Then we went to game clips. He said, now you run a triple option. Now, when you watch film, what moves are you seeing that are happening and making people miss? And I played running back. So I was like, okay, I can do that. And I just simulated the philosophy to that. All your drills will come to you once you watch the film. And that's you being a coach and being a student of the game.
Sure.
So that's how it all started. And that was a long time ago, man. I'm getting old.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, it's great to again, it's kind of going back to that same idea of like, for new or novice coaches or guys who are trying to install this stuff into their program, again, having a great clinic series and just getting an idea. There were so many awesome drills that you incorporated within that allows us, to kind of take and look at. And the great thing is that, with us being able to kind of hone this all in onto one presentation, people are going to be able to come back and be like, hey, what was that drill? And you putting up the contact info definitely is going to help. Any other, I know you went through a ton of drill, I would say that's probably the highlight of the drills that you want. Give me one that you didn't put into the drill. I'm just throwing it to you as a question. One that you didn't put into your drill series that you think is something that you've been interested to possibly try, but haven't tried it yet. Is there anything that you think could be one? I know it might take a second to think on, but that's the beauty of doing this thing live together.
So you're saying one drill to do that I have not done yet?
Yes, one drill that you think that like a youth coach, high school guy like myself, if I don't have the 15 minutes to kind of spread it out between like that, it definitely would be something that I want to see when we get into our indie periods as we go. Because I think a lot of these are awesome drills. Obviously, I just, if I could pick out one, what would be the one that I definitely got to do?
Well, my go-to is, and that's a great question because, being in the college profession, we work a lot of camps and you don't have a lot of resources at these camps sometimes. Like you might only have two cones.
Right. Right.
Have 8 cones.
Right.
You know, I've been stuck at some camps, and they're like, you got coach 40 running backs at a clinic, and they like the old.
You got one pop up.
Yeah,
Right.
TV coach
Right.
took all the cones. The
Right.
receiver coach got all the bags for whatever reason. He got all the bags. You
Right,
know, you sit there with 2 cones. So
That's right.
my go-to is having a cone 10 yards away from me. Okay, 10 yard. I'm gonna say like this: a 10-yard span, so 10 yards, and you sit at the 5 in the middle of that 10 yards, and those cones are right behind you. So you're in the middle of those 2 cones. Have the running back at the first cone, and he has to sprint to you, and all you need to do is step either to the left or the right. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Coach, you got that whiteboard behind you. I'm going to throw you on there. I can see you. I can see you perfectly.
I can't see you.
Yeah, you don't have to see me. You're cool. You don't have to see me.
All right. So you sit in the middle and you step to the right or
Right.
the left, and then he'll just do a speed cut to you. All you're doing is teaching the kid to break that defender's cushion and make a decision based off which way you're going.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm going to the left, he obviously should be cutting to my soft shoulder to the right, right?
Right.
And if I'm going to this side, he should be cutting to this soft shoulder. I think that's the most essential drill that any skill player needs to be able to do is go opposite of a defender and keep his head and eye coordination getting up the field, not being scared, closing their eyes, not stuttering. You know, you got some kids that will get close to you and start to stutter. You're going to break that. Okay. And then you got some kids that want to do too much. Right.
Right.
That defense.
You always find kids. Get vertical. If you want to see me, all you have to do is hit unshare, and you'll be able to see me, bro.
Okay, because because you can see
Yeah,
me like that.
Yeah. I got you. I know you were trying to see it. So so like you said, sometimes student athletes are trying to do too much, and you want to try to minimize that and get them getting vertical. You keep coming back to that idea of get vertical, and I agree.
And you can teach all the essential components of keeping pad level down, putting that foot up the field, knee over toe, chest over knee, giving a little bit of head and staying vertical, twerking your shoulders. See, I'm getting my body skinny here. Being square. I'm giving them all, and that's something you can do with Little League. I do it every camp just to see if I don't have anything. That's just what we need. I need to see if he's gonna be able to cut to my soft shoulder and get vertical. Is he gonna drift? Is he gonna be scared? You can add off that after he cuts on that first one. He can do another drill behind you and see what he does on his own. Because there's some gifted kids. He might do a spin move or something on air. You say, "Oh wow, I ain't think." Do
you ever focus on? Is it something like where we'll just take that drill for a second, but like, is it something where you're looking even for them to see how close to you that they're able to get to before they cut? Is that something that is?
I want him to break the cushion just like a receiver about to make a route. Like he's pressing to get up on the toes of that defender. I want him to break that cushion and at the last minute give me a move and have good leg drive, have good hip drive. If he does make contact, I'm able to break that defender. Because the last thing I want to do, if I'm coming to you and I start coming here, and then he has time to react now too.
Absolutely.
And most of the time, I'm be honest with you, Riley. And what I try to tell the skill guys is that defender has just as much pressure to tackle you as you are to make him miss.
Right.
Depending on, I always tell them, make them show you how good they are.
Right.
And
That's
if
a good point.
you one-on-one, he a bad boy.
Then sometimes that guy that's there is just a bad boy. Right.
Yeah, he's a bad boy. But if he don't, you show him. Hey, you ain't gonna tackle me. And you're gonna have that you cannot have any fear. And a lot of kids are scared of that. You'd be surprised. And
so what do you think? What do you kind of building on that idea? What is the thing that you would recommend, especially working with those guys in order to kind of knock that fear out a little bit? And I'm not talking about like, that old school, like, hey man, but you're breeding toughness. I mean, that's a concept.
Yeah.
It's talking about breeding. So what is maybe kind of following up with that? What is the thing that you think would be?
These kids nowadays, they need confidence.
Mm-hmm.
So
Definitely.
my philosophy has changed over the years, and I've been trying to on the slide say keep it simple, coach effort. And I've worded different things, but bed has been really good to me. And what I mean by that is teaching the brain. Okay, so I'm gonna instill the confidence in that kid. You can do this. This is simple.
Right.
I think you have the tools, just words of affirmation first and foremost to the brain, and then I'm gonna train their eyes. So I'm gonna show them what they're going to see visually. So and I know I showed it in the clips where I had the other running back come down in the diamond series right in front of him, but he was just jogging.
Right.
He's just showing them what that defender's going to do. So and
You got
about
another shout out from Riley Cannon saying great presentation, coach. Yeah, use this with his guys. I know Riley hit me up immediately when this came out as a concept, and he was excited about doing it. I'm glad he's out.
That's good, man. Appreciate the love, man. Appreciate the
Coach
love.
Johnson, as always, man, it's a pleasure talking ball with you any given time, at any given day, man. You've always been someone to be able to, just put your passion out there for us. And, I appreciate what you do with the kids. I appreciate all of your time today. We're going to get ready to transition into the next session. So I'll follow up with you, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, remember Shippensburg University, Red Raiders, man. I'm always recruiting. Let's go.
All right, buddy. Talk to you soon.
All right, man. Peace.
All right, guys. Thanks, Coach. I appreciate everything.
Appreciate you. I'm getting on now. We good?
We are good. We are good.
All right.
All right, Coach. We're going to get Coach Rudolph in, guys. We are still live, so we're still on the air, but we're going to get some things, make sure everything for the next presentation goes. Remember, like, share, do what you got to do, spread the word. We had some great things. Nice part about this, we're going to get 5 recruiting speeches. It's pretty nice. Football coaches coming in,
Good day for people. Good day for kids.
Coach Rudolph, how you doing?
Doing wonderful.
Coach Rudolph.
Hey, Coach, we got the same barber.
Oh, man, what's up with that? I didn't realize that we had the same barber.
We do, and mine is free. I don't know about yours.
Same. Well, her name is Cindy. She's downstairs. She makes sure it's on. Make sure it's all there.
That's awesome.
Oh, man.
Coach, we'll do a hard restart, so when we go back to cut the video, it'll be 100%.
Okay.
And stuff like that. What I want to do right now, and everybody's tuning in, so it's not anything. Let's just make sure we can share your presentation.
Okay.
So have any issues with that?
You may go ahead and share screen.
Yeah, go ahead and share screen.
Let's see. Share screen. Let me see.
Now, the bad part is when you are sharing the screen, you're not going to see anybody.
Okay.
So just as you just heard with Coach Johnson, when you're on the presentation, you can unshare it, and then obviously we're back to normal.
All right. I've got it's not allowing me to share right now. I can hit cancel, but I couldn't hit.
Okay. I don't see it coming up to us.
Let me see. Share screen.
Yeah.
And the little share portion is not lit up. Cancel is lit up, but the share portion is not for me to share.
That's not good. Are you in Chrome, or what web browser are you using right now?
I am using Google.
Okay, so using Chrome should pop up. Why don't you try to log out and then come back in and see if that does it?
Okay.
The old quick thing. And obviously, people that are joining us, we're working on this, so we'll have Coach Robinson come back in.
Coach Rudolph.
Sorry.
You're good. As long as we can get it going.
All right.
There he goes.
Got Coach back in. All right. Let's see if it.
Let me try to share again.
Let's pray.
Let me see.
There it is.
I think
All right. Cool.
All right. So you got the as you can see, we need to just get the presentation part up. There we go. Perfect.
Awesome.
Perfect. All right. So, Coach, what we're going to do is I'm going to drop out. You and Brendan are going to be on. We'll do a 30-second countdown. He'll introduce you. He'll drop away. You're good to go. About 40 minutes or so, we'll come back in and have the people will ask questions or join in the chat room.
Perfect.
All righty. All right, Brendan, I'm dropping away.
And then the countdown goes.
Yep.
Got it. All right, sounds good. Sweet. That's hilarious. Funny how we all end up similar folks around similar folks. All right, so we're back. Thanks for everybody who's following along with us today on this free clinic. It's been great. Right now, we've got Coach Alan Rudolph. Had the opportunity to meet Coach Rudolph through Twitter, and man, it's such an outstanding thing that you were able to come here and volunteer. I'm going to shut up, Coach, because I'll talk to you all day long. Like that won't be an issue. But yeah, run with it, and we'll get questions and field it as they go, and we'll get going from there. All right.
Perfect. Thank you, Coach. I'm going to go ahead and jump right in it. I got a couple things I want to kind of hit before we get into what we got to really talk about, the meat and potatoes. But first off, always #glorify Him, and that Him is our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. That'll be something that I think is very important. Coach, I want to thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts and some things with guys. To grow this great game that we have an opportunity, and we've been privileged to work with young men of all ages. Also like to take a minute to thank Coach Solich. Frank Solich is our head coach here at Ohio U. Unbelievable head coach, has taught me so much in my 2 years here, and forever grateful to him. And hope he keeps me around for a long time. And then our offensive coordinator by the name of Tim Albin is an absolute rock star. If you get an opportunity to follow him on Twitter or whatever, he does a fantastic job with our running backs, and he also coordinates our offense and just does some really, really neat things, and wanted to make sure that I gave him a shout out. I also want to thank the guys that are taking time out of their day to learn, to grow, to help the young men that they have an opportunity to work with. I think this is the greatest profession / hobby in the world, and I call it a hobby because I don't golf. I don't do things that other people do. What I do is watch film when I have time away. So it becomes a hobby, but the teaching and training of the future of America is so big. That statement that I just made is so heavy. And I want to thank you guys because you are training the leaders of our country for tomorrow. And I don't want to pass on that at any point, because I think that's the most important thing that we do. And then the last thing I want to say, and this one may take me a little bit of time, my dad, Steve Rudolph, is the reason I'm doing what I'm doing. But I think we can all learn some great lessons from him. If he sat down and tried to talk inside zone with you, he wouldn't be able to. The game has kind of passed him by. He was a high school coach in the state of Mississippi for 45 or 46 years. Was a head coach several years, but that wasn't who he was. Football was important to him, but people were the most important. People were the most important. There's no doubt my father wanted to win. But he wanted to use the game to grow and build into the lives of the young men that God blessed him to be a part of. So today we're going to talk about fundamentals, and we're going to talk about the drive block. But all of that is important. But the biggest fundamental that we're going to talk about today, the biggest scheme we're going to talk about, the greatest win we're going to have today, we can have as a coach, is to build into the young men that we have and help them become better people, better future husbands, better future fathers, better future employees, or better future bosses, better students today and tomorrow, better friends, better boyfriends, men that respect adults and authority, men that respect women, men that respect their parents, and the gifts and talents that God has blessed them with. If y'all don't think, when we're done today, if you only remember one thing, we are blessed to truly help develop young men as a person. And we're going to talk about how we develop guys fundamentally, how fundamentals, what we're going to talk about today, transcends really all ages, all skill levels, and really all offenses, whether it's option, whether it's wing T, whether it's pro style, more zone driven in what you do. We're going to talk about some fundamentals that kind of transcend all of those things. But I would be remiss if I didn't take 5 minutes to point out that the biggest fundamental, the biggest scheme, the biggest win is that we get an opportunity to pour ourselves into the young men that we're truly blessed by God to work with. So I'm gonna jump into and what we're going to cover today are the fundamentals versus technique. And when I say fundamentals, there's going to be 5 things that I think that I really stress to our guys that really are football fundamentals. They're not just offensive line fundamentals. They're football fundamentals. They can transcend positionally. And I've already talked about they can transcend age, they can transcend skill development, and they can transcend no matter what type of offense that you're involved in or that you run. The first one are the steps that you take and how you teach your young men to take steps. And to do that, I'm sorry, it rolled through there. The second thing is the base. The platform, the blocking platform that you teach a young man to have. The third thing is playing with their hips under them, and we'll go in great detail about that. The fourth thing is how they strike with their hands. I think that's a huge fundamental. And then the fifth thing we're going to talk about is playing with their eyes through the landmark. One of the big things that I want to stress is always see what you contact. Just for player safety, if they will run their eyes through the landmark that you're teaching them, and they will look contact in, that will keep their spine in as safe a position as it can possibly be. And I can't overstate that fundamental within itself. And we'll talk about the 3 points of contact. But I always tell my guys, hey, I want to win football games, and I want to develop you, and I want to teach you to be a better football player. But at the end of the day, 15 years from now, I want you to call me and you've just gotten out of your backyard throwing a football with your son, or throwing a softball with your daughter, or out roller skating with them, or something of that nature. So player safety has to be of utmost importance. And I've found if you will look contact through, you're going to keep yourself in as safe as possible position as you can. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right into steps. Okay. And no matter what position you play, I think you have to be able to move efficiently with the steps that you take. So therefore, I teach a thing called mental weight. A lot of you've probably heard that. It's something, it's not a groundbreaking thing, but we want to load the foot up, the opposite foot of the one that we're stepping with, and we want to make that foot heavy so that when we step, we do not have false steps or we do not have false weight shifts. Okay, and the way that we do this, if you look right here, and Coach, I hope you can see what I'm circling right there, but we've got a foot and we got a big toe that's curled up right there. So the foot, if I'm stepping to my left, okay, I want to curl the big toe in my right foot as I'm in my stance. Okay, my weight should be balanced between my feet. Okay, and if I want to step with my left foot, I want to take, and I want to, if this is my big toe, I just want to curl that big toe, and that should put heaviness and weight in my left foot, my right foot, so that I can efficiently step with my left foot, no matter what step that is, no matter if it's a power step, if it's a bucket step, if it's an angle bucket step, if it's a load step, okay, no matter what that step is, I want to load the opposite foot with weight from the one I'm stepping with. So if I'm stepping left, I want to curl the big toe in my right foot. If I'm stepping to my right, I want to curl the big toe in my left foot. And if you just put your feet flat on the floor right now, and if you want it, just curl your right toe, you'll feel that foot got really heavy. And now I can most efficiently step with my left foot without false steps or without false weight shifts. As I watch film, I see a ton of false steps. You watch my guys, you're going to see a ton of false steps as well. But I see more false weight shifts where a guy is kind of balanced. And as the ball is snapped, he actually shifts his weight one side or the other to load that foot up in order to step with the opposite foot. And I want to clean that up, make them more efficient, clean that up, take that out of the game, okay? So the first thing we do when we talk about steps is we want to create mental weight in our stance, okay? The second thing, when we talk about steps, we're talking about the 2 steps of whatever block that we're performing to the fit, okay? We want to focus on those 2 steps. We want to gain ground, okay, in the direction, and then we want to get the second step landing where we want it to land. So no matter what block that we're performing, I think if you're talking about a fullback, you want him to be efficient in those first 2 steps, because if he is not efficient and effective in those first 2 steps, his base could be crossed over right away. He could be stepping underneath himself with the first step, which means he's on a narrow platform or he's becoming straight leg. So we really focus on those first 2 steps, no matter what block we're performing. The third thing we talk about is tight feet. We want tight feet to the ground, no air. And I'm going to show you a great picture of this here in just a minute, okay? We want to minimize the time that we're on one foot, that we have one foot in the ground. We want to minimize that time. Therefore, we're keeping the second foot that is actually moving to take a step. We're keeping it as close and as tight to the ground as we possibly can. And now you'll see we never want to have 2 feet in the air. I don't care how much he squats, how much he power cleans. If both feet are in the air, he is not strong. He cannot control his body, and he is at the mercy of the defender. And I want to show you a picture real quick of this is just the Ravens, and I took a quick snapshot. But if you look, okay, all of their guys, just when I took the snapshot, okay, you can see that's 1 foot in the air right there. Now they are moving, they are rolling off the football. There's another foot in the air right there, okay? We've got both feet in the ground right here, both feet in the ground right here, both feet in the ground right there. You can just see, I think this illustrates how important it is to play with both feet in the ground and minimize the time that foot has very little air under it. So when I say no air, tight feet to the ground, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And then the fourth thing when we talk about steps is our head must mirror the step. Okay. And we could go in great detail, and I could spend all 45 minutes that I have on just that concept itself. But if I take a 4 to 6 inch step laterally and my head is going forward, okay, and it's not mirroring that step, then I'm in effect not going to go where that foot's going to go. My body's going to follow my head. Okay. So if I want to take a 4 to 6 inch lateral step and I want to achieve landmark on that 4 to 6 inch step, then I must mirror that step with my head. So if it goes 4 to 6 inches laterally, hey, troubleshoot your guys and make sure their head is going 4 to 6 inches laterally, because two things will happen. One, they won't ever achieve their landmark that's desired. And two, they will be straight legged, okay, because that head's going to start leaking forward before the body is ready for them to go. So those are the big things that we look at stepwise. And guys, we start off like this every day. Okay, we'll talk about the first thing we do in kind of our drill progression, but really the second thing we're going to do is a step drill every day, and we're going to work the most prominent steps that we have to take fundamentally, and all we're focused on here is the 2 steps. Now here we're working a drive block. This is a left guard. This is a 3 technique. I'm not really focused on their upper body as much as I am. We're in a good, clean stance that he can be efficient out of in all 4 ways that he needs to step, okay? And that we're loading, since we're stepping left, that we're loading mental weight in our right foot, okay? And then that when we step, we have very little air time with our feet, okay? You can see those feet are getting in the ground in a hurry. Okay, and I apologize. My my external hard drive's got to catch up. There it goes. Okay, but hey, we are really keeping those feet tight to the ground. There's no air. Those steps are small. Okay, but I don't want them dancing in their stance. When you say keep your steps small, we've got to gain ground. We've got to cover ground in the direction that we're going. So every day we work this step drill, and we work through all of our base steps that we take. Okay, so that's a little bit on the step. Now, hey, we're getting into the base. The second fundamental that I think is important to teach, besides how to take an efficient step and what that efficient step looks like, is having a wide base, okay? And when I say a wide base, we want to keep the weight on the inside halves of the foot, okay? That allows us to redirect efficiently, okay? And I've got a little picture here, okay? We want to keep, as we move as an offensive lineman, we want to keep the weight on the inside half of that foot. I don't care if you're pass throwing. I don't care if you're run blocking, okay? What this does, not only does it allow you to redirect efficiently, okay? If I have weight on the middle of that foot and that foot was right there, he would have to take another choppy step right here to get into this position, okay, with the weight on the inside half of the foot in order to redirect. All we're trying to do is play in a manner that we can redirect efficiently at all times without having to take an inefficient second extra step to change direction. I don't care if it's in the run game. I don't care if it's in pass protection. We want the weight on the inside halves of the foot. That also gives me a lot of lateral strength. Okay, if you're playing and the weight is on the inside halves of your foot, and a guy comes and tries to push you from the side, you're able to brace against that because your weight and your knee is inside of that, and I can brace against that pressure. If the weight is on the full foot here, now when he pushes me it's going to roll over the top of that. And again, I'm going to have to take a false or an inefficient step in order to regain that strength of my platform right there. So we want to, number one, when we talk about base, we want to keep the weight on the inside half of our foot. We want to keep our knees forward, okay? We want to keep our knees forward. We want to play with positive shin angles, okay? And I'm going to let that go right there. Here's a great example. When I say positive shin angles, that knee is out over the toe, okay? We do not want the knee, okay, over the middle of the foot to stacking on top of the hip. We want to push that knee forward, just like in this picture right here, okay, and we call that positive shin angles, okay? He's got great, a lot of people say Z in the knee. There's great Z in the knee right there. There's a lot of power. There's a lot of explosiveness. So weight on the inside halves of the feet, okay, gives you lateral strength and lateral body control. I think Z in the knee or positive shin angles allows for you to uncoil and be explosive out of the joints, okay, and put force into the ground, which creates strength, okay? And excuse me, it rolls through pretty quick. And then the last thing we talk about our base is keeping our feet slightly wider than shoulder width, okay? Which kind of 1 and 3 kind of go hand in hand, okay? But I don't, the reason I say slightly wider is we don't want their feet so wide, even though their weight's on the inside half of their feet. If their feet get so wide, they become weak, they become straight-legged, or they have to take, again, an inefficient step in order to regain the ability to move and to move efficiently. So with the 1 and 3 are very similar, but I think they're different as well, because we don't want to get our base so wide that now I become inefficient in movement, straightening my legs, or having to take a false step in order to regain the ability to move, okay? And just a picture here, okay? Let me get them all down in there. I apologize. Okay. All right. So now I got them all down in there, and you can see we got knees inside of ankles. Okay. Knees inside of ankles. Good full foot in the ground right there. Good full inside half foot of in the ground right there. Okay. Very important. That's how we start this drill. All right. So that you can see our base. Everybody keeps boards in between their feet. But I think if you teach these things, they will help maintain width in the base, okay? And you can see us drive. I'm going to talk about the hips here in just a minute, but what I wanted you to see is us driving the knees forward. Guys, we don't ever talk about moving our feet. We talk about driving our knees to catch up with our hips, and I'm going to talk about the hips and all of that here in just a minute. The point of this is the base. The width of the base slightly wider than shoulder width, okay? You can see that we're staying not super, super wide right here. We're slightly outside of shoulder width, okay? Slightly outside of the width of the board, and we want to stay full foot in the ground, full inside. I don't like this. His heel has come up out of the ground, okay? I want the entire foot in the ground as much as we possibly can. And when I say entire foot, we're talking about the length, the entire length of the foot from the big toe to the heel, but the weight on the inside half of the foot. If you think back in my day, we used to watch ESPN. They would have those lumberjack games, and those guys would climb up the pole and then chop the top. Well, there's a reason their spikes are on the inside half of their boot. That way they can drive those spikes down in the pole as they go up. If ever their weight gets out over the middle of the foot or outside of the foot, there's no spikes out there and they're coming down the pole. So just looking at the base here. Now, and I'm moving quickly. We'll get questions here in just a minute. Hey, And we're going to talk most specifically about run because I'd love to bleed into the drive block. I may run out of time, but no matter what we do, whether it's run or pass, okay, we're going to try to work our hips unders. Now, I'm going to flip over if I can, okay, and I want to go because this slide was not what I wanted it to be in the video system. So I've got PowerPoint up, and I'm going to talk about this slide in PowerPoint because I think it does a little bit better. But we want aircraft carrier hips. If you can see this plane taking off from an aircraft carrier, you can see the tail end of that plane. It almost looks like it's dipping down, and those hips are going. If you think the tail end of that plane is the hips of your offensive lineman or your football player, whether it's a defender making a tackle, okay, I think these things transcend. They're fundamentals. We're not talking about just a reach block that you would only use if you were an offensive lineman. That's a technique thing. We're talking about a fundamental that transcends all positions, okay? We want those hips to go down and under us, and we want to hit on a rise, okay? And you can see the hips of that plane going down and under. We want to hit on a rise, but we want a slightly upward trajectory through contact, okay? Conversely, I'm going to show you another picture. Excuse me, I hit the wrong button. Now, this plane, okay, is taking off, and if you look, his hips are going straight up, okay? A lot of times I see on film guys' hips going straight up on contact, and their chest going straight up on contact, not the trajectory that we're trying to work off of. So you'll hear me talk about all the time, aircraft carrier takeoff with our hips. We want those hips to go down and through us, and we want to have a forward but upward trajectory through contact, if that makes sense. We don't want our chest to go straight up. Now, if you think of two things, think of the weight room right here, okay? On the left, the airplane coming off the aircraft carrier, to me, is like we're broad jumping through the block, okay, or through the tackle, okay, whatever you're teaching a guy. The airplane on the right that is lifting straight up, that's more like a power clean. Now, I'm not saying that power cleans are not something you need to be doing in the weight room. That's not what I'm saying. But we don't want a power clean on contact with a defender. We want a broad jump on contact with a defender because that gets our hips underneath us, okay? And then the last thing, if we're in pass, okay, we call it Australian hips because I want those hips down and under us, and I'm not going to dive into that at all today because we're mostly talking about run. Now, let me switch back over to the video here because I couldn't get that animation. So now let's talk about the hips. We want those hips, and then I've got a drill that I'm going to show it tied all together here in just a minute. And I know Coach is going to be getting after me here in about 10 minutes, so I'm trying to push through. But again, all the same things that we talk about: base, okay, inside, weight on the inside halves of our feet. We're not tying in the steps yet. I'm going to tie in the steps here in just a minute, but we're talking about base. I think we're a little bit wide right here, okay? And you can see he slips a little bit, all right? What you've got is now a drill where I've got 600 pounds on 300 pounds, okay? You saw it a minute ago, we only have one defender. This makes them aircraft carrier their hips. They cannot pop straight up like a helicopter or like that plane that lifted straight off the ground. You can see their hips have to go down and through, okay, and through contact, and we want an upward trajectory. Now, you want to play the game low to high. You don't ever want to play the game high to low. Low to high is strong, high to low is weak, okay? So that's what we're teaching here. But we don't want to go low to high right now when we're run blocking, okay? We want to knock them back. We want to strain them back, and we want our hips to roll down and through, not straight up like a power clean, if that makes sense, Okay. I'm going to press forward. All right. And then the fourth thing is, hey, our punch. Okay. When we talk about our punch, we want our thumbs up. Okay. And our elbows under. And I got a couple little illustrations to kind of show you. I look on film and I want our thumb up. Okay. I want our elbow underneath our arm. Now, in pass protection, we don't end up playing with extension with the elbow very much. Okay. You don't ever want the elbow to extend, in my opinion, to punch in pass protection. Okay. But in the run blocking, we do want to try to pry that defender off of us. Okay. But we want the thumb up and we want the elbow underneath. Okay. You can see the picture right to the side of it. That thumb is turned sideways. So now the elbow starts to turn sideways, and that elbow against pressure will give. Okay. This elbow against pressure will actually dig back into the body and create strength. That is a very strong arm, and I call that a pry bar. We want that to be a pry bar on the defender, and it's working through that same trajectory that we just talked about the hips. That thumb being in this position, or fingertips being up, or elbow being outside of the arm, however you look at it, okay, that is a weak position, okay, that will not create strength against pressure. Pressure will actually force that elbow to bend and give, if that makes sense. So we want to strike with our thumbs up or our elbows under. Okay, if that makes sense. We want to, and I still teach an arm windup. Okay, now a lot of guys you'll see, you'll hear clinic, they do not actually teach to bring to drive your elbows slightly back as you go to punch. We still drive our elbows slightly back as we go to punch. Okay, and very much like a piston, it's very small. Okay, but we're not making contact until our second step lands on the ground anyway. I have found that if we pick our hands straight up and don't drive our elbows slightly back, okay, that forces our chest to come up rather than staying our chest low with pad level. Okay, so we take out of our stance, and one of the great coaches that I have an opportunity to learn from, it's an NFL O-line coach. He calls it lock and cock. Okay, we're going to lock and cock. So I'm going to slightly cock those elbows back, and I've got a little illustration with this piston right here. We want that piston just real small. Okay, up and back, up and back. We're not, I see people on film, if they do try to do it, you start getting width, you start getting eagles wings and that type of stuff. No, it's very tight and very small, back and through. Those elbows should be rubbing the body. And then the third thing we talk about when we talk about our punch is we always protect our chest with our hands. I am not a believer in, a lot of people started clapping. Okay, and I think they're giving up their chest right away. We're going to protect our chest with our hands. Now, I've got a picture here of, and this is the first thing that we do every day. As the guys come out of the meeting room, they go to this pole and they get 2 sets of 10 pole strikes every day. Okay, 2 things. We're looking for aircraft carrier hip trajectory. Okay, but I've got this view. I'm going to show you the side view in just a minute. Okay, but I've got this view because I want you to see how tight the elbows stay to the body. You can see them slightly cocking back as he goes to shoot or he's coming out of his stance. They slightly cock back, okay? And that's just a timing mechanism that times all of that up, his footwork, his hips, and his strike, that times all that up to be powerful through the punch. And you can see the power, and you can see the hip trajectory from behind. You want their shorts to suck up their butt crack, if that makes sense. They are being so violent with their hip strike. Okay, and we're going to talk about how we shoot these hands in just a minute. But I want these hips driving those hands through contact, if that makes sense. That's a pretty picture. You should see no air in between those elbows and the framework of his body as he punches. His thumbs are up, his elbows are underneath his arm, and now if he gets any pressure, it's going to pry right back into the framework of his body, and he's going to be very strong right there. Here's another look at it. This is a drill. We call this a running drive block, okay, where we're now tying in the steps to everything that we just talked about, okay? You can see this backside tackle. This is scooch footwork, okay? That's something that we do that I love, but that's a whole different conversation for another day. But now, want to look at the tight hands, okay? Want to look at us tying footwork. So you should see second steps getting in the ground, no air, okay, or very little air, okay? On contact, you should see us strike with elbows under arms or thumbs up. You should see our hips on aircraft coming off an aircraft carrier, not lifting straight up. My film is kind of messing up on me. I apologize. Here we go. It's not the film, it's the operator. Okay. Now, here is hips that you don't want. I am shooting my hips, but they are going straight up. Okay. That's what we don't want. We want hips that go out. So here's a drill. We just call it running drive. Okay. I want to get the feel of them punching and timing all of that up, keeping their feet. This is very easy for a guy to get really long with his footwork, okay, and not play with tight feet. And we really press our guys to run off the football, run. We're not just baby stepping. Again, you don't hear me talk about steps. You hear as far as when we're driving, you hear me talk about step. Driving our feet, okay? We want to drive our knees. I want our guys driving our knees, which is keeping us positive shin angles, okay? But a lot of great trajectory through contact. We are playing low to high, and then, of course, we will finish. Our base stays wide, okay? The weight's trying to stay on the inside halves of the feet, and we always finish with a last shove on the echo of the whistle, okay? So that was the strikes. Now, the last thing are eyes through the landmark of the defender, okay? Guys, give your guys only a few detailed landmarks for all of the blocks. Try to marry that down into just very, very few landmarks. If you give them too many things to think about, they're not going to be able to be effective and efficient in landing those landmarks. You can see here, I got Mr. Cool Dude with a big chest, okay? Hey, there's a sternum landmark, there's an armpit landmark, there's a V of the neck landmark. Now, we have a few other landmarks, but those are the three basic landmarks that we use, okay? And guys are really able to buy into that. Coach, is it a sternum landmark? Coach, is it a V of the neck landmark? Coach, is it an armpit landmark? Okay, and there's not too many of them. And that way you can tie their fundamentals into it, okay? All right, now the next thing, 3 points of contact. And you can see I have the eyes come up first, okay? You're going to make contact with your eyes and your hands at the same time. But I always emphasize, no matter what, if you make contact with that's an opportunity to stay simultaneously, but I always focus on the eyes first because I want them to be safe. Okay, so 3 points of contact, and then we want to drive our eyes and our hands with our hips. Okay, now I'm the same dude that we just looked at from behind, but now here it is from the side. I want to drive my eyes and my hands to contact with my hips. Again, elbows underneath, all those things we talked about, hip trajectory, we're aircraft carrier, hip trajectory, all of those things that we talked about. But what I want you to see here is, and we're not actually getting eyes to contact right here because I don't want them hitting this with no helmet on, if that makes sense, and this will not move. Okay, we get to that, but he is driving the eyes and the hands to contact but he's driving it with his hips. I think that is very, very important. Okay. Now, just want to show you, and I know I'm running tight on time. Okay. I'm going to kind of fast forward. I'm not going to be able to get into the drive block. Okay. But what I want to do is we stress running off the ball. So this is how we start every day. But again, fundamentally, I think you'll see, hey, weight on the inside halves of the feet. I think you'll see us playing with feet tight to the ground. We're protecting our chest with our hands. Our elbows should be tight to the framework of our body. Okay. And I try to do things that hey, that's what I'm coaching here. And I really stress two things here. I stress keeping our feet tight to the ground, and I stress keeping our chest protected when we work that drill. Okay. Now, hey, look at our left guard here. Okay. We're talking about drive block, but we're talking about building all things together fundamentally. And I want you to see, no matter whether we're talking about him. Okay. Now we're using different footwork right here on this drive block because we think that we're possibly getting a twist. We get so much movement to try to stop our inside zone game. Okay. Now, hey, we're using scooch footwork right here. Excuse me. But once contact happens, all of those fundamentals that we talked about apply to all three of these guys. Now my center's stepping on my guard right here, so you're going to see him trip and have a tough time. But feet tight to the ground, weight on the inside halves of our foot. Okay, we're leaking a little bit with our head right here. I would rather our head be a little bit more lateral right there. Okay, but no matter what we're doing, hey, this tight end right here, those fundamentals we just talked about. Okay. He's going from a narrow platform to a wide platform to contact. Now, he's fitting a specific landmark right here. He's not fitting the sternum of the guy, but all of those fundamentals that we talk about blocking, about tackling, okay, all of those things apply, and I think they carry over to no matter what you do. Watch watch our right guard here. We're drive blocking, okay? But you can see tight feet, small, no air. Our center, small, no air. Okay. All right. Now, I want you to see what happens. Our left guard here, look at all of the air with his left foot. Now, he's going to trip and fall because he loses fundamentals, okay, or what we're asking him to do. All right. Movement is easy to handle when fundamentally you're doing the right things. But I love this right here by the left guard. I love this by the center, how tight our feet are to the ground. Okay. Some really good stuff right there. Now, some NFL guys doing it. Okay. In fact, this is that picture that I took. I took a still shot of this picture right here. Okay. But they're just blocking inside zone, but feet tight to the ground. Okay. All right. Low to high trajectory through contact. Okay. All of those things we talk about, inside hand strikes, thumbs up. Okay. Thumbs up, elbows under the arm, all of those things that we talk about as we've gone through. Now, I think we're talking about the right guard here. I just got this in here so you can really see the strike with the hands. Okay. You can really see the thumb up. You can really see the elbow underneath him. And man, there's a lot of strength in that right there. A lot of strength in that. Okay. And even if you're playing against a great dude that compresses you back, your elbows get tied back into the framework of your body, and you're not going to get knocked back, whether we're talking about pass pro, whether we're talking about run blocking. Okay. The right guard from the Colts this year. Okay. And this film's a little bit jumpy. Let me see if I can get it to where it doesn't, that one jumps. I apologize. Let's see if we can get the left guard right here. No air, no air. Get the feet in the ground, no air. All across the board, no air. Get the feet in the ground, okay? Play on a low to high trajectory. Strikes, elbow, elbow under the arms. Okay. So many great things, again, that can transcend no matter the position group, no matter the age, and no matter the offense that you're running. That's why I wanted to go through this today. We were going to dive into the drive block. I know Coach is going to jump in here on me in a second. We were going to dive into the drive block, but I thought it was more important to hammer this because, hey, it really, hey, watch how tight the feet are right here.
Yeah, you're good. Keep
Playing
going.
on a high trajectory. Hey, Coach.
You're good, buddy. Keep going, man. You're doing fine.
Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, you're good right now. We're waiting on the other coaches to come into the meeting, so I'm sure guys are enjoying watching, and what you're talking about is great.
Hey, any questions, anything that as I'm kind
Yeah,
of
we did. We had a question, and it was it says, Coach, when you teach the steps, do you teach the lineman to be in 2-point or 3-point stance when you're first starting with the concept of what you're talking about?
Great question. First off, all of our guys know that we work out of 2 points as well as 3 points, just because that's who we are offensively. There are some times that we run the football and everybody but the center's in a 2 point. So I begin drill work a lot of times out of 2 point because I think it's harder, especially run drill wise. I think it's harder to run block out of a 2 point stance. So we will begin out of a 2 point. Our guards spend most of their time in 3 point though. Okay. So during pre-practice and stuff like that, I do all of our drill work from a 2 point. Then once we get into practice, once the whistle actually blows, you'll see the guys in the chutes now down in 3 points. So you'll see some 2 point, you'll see some 3 point. That's because kind of who we are. And I think it's much more difficult to teach a guy to run off the football if he's in a 2 point stance. And we can, Coach, we can take 2 more hours on just the
sure.
But when we get in a 3 point stance, really, we've got very minimal weight on our hand. So really, it's just a 2 point stance with our hand down. I just think it creates a little bit of a mindset. And then, it depends, honestly, early in my coaching career, I tried to force everybody into what I wanted. And what I've learned is that we had a right tackle last year that he struggled playing out of a 3 point stance. Well, 15 years ago, I would have made him play in a 3 point stance. He probably would have been a backup for us because he just struggled. He had a hard time. His body, the way his body was built and made, when he got down in a 3 point stance, he really struggled coming out of that and moving. So fundamentally, he was a nightmare. When I put him in a 2 point stance, all of a sudden, a lot of those things just went away.
Right.
I let him play in a 2 point stance
Sure.
down of every ball game. The big thing to me is that we don't give away run pass with what we're doing.
Right.
You could never look at his stance and say, well, they're throwing the football because he's in a 2 point stance, because he was in a 2 point stance every half of every game.
Right. Absolutely.
I know that was kind of a long-winded answer, but
no, it's not. I mean, I know that there's so much that goes into, especially, when you're dealing with different style of athletes and you're talking about fundamentals and especially with the offensive line position to begin with. I mean, there's so many things that are happening that if you can minimize what is happening for them from a mental part, then you've allowed them to play faster. And I think that's what you're really talking about, is giving them the chance to play faster.
Yeah. And 15 years ago, I wouldn't have done that.
Sure. Yeah.
I really tried to push him to learn how to play out of a 3 point stance because I truly like guys to be in a 3 point stance. Now, we've gotten such that our tackles most of the time are in 2 point stances because we need to see secondary contours and that type of stuff. So it's far easier for those guys to see things, to see overhang pressures, to see blitzes, to see safety rotations. It's far easier for them to see those things when they're up in a 2-point stance versus being in a 3-point stance. I would say our guards probably 90% are in 3-point stances, but we do some run game out of a 2-point stance as well. So we work both.
I love the principle that you were talking about, and I think I'm going to just do it kind of the side. You could tell me, but essentially we're talking about just here. That's it. We're not talking about like like I know with a lot of guys, times they're swinging. When we're telling these guys, we're just saying, hey man, just go back just a little bit and get your elbows inside of your frame to be able to come out and attack with it.
Yes. And I think it ties together their footwork. It's a timing mechanism as well. And if they don't do it, their head starts leaking forward too early. Mm-hmm. And now when the head starts leaking forward, the legs start straightening, and I can't keep seeing my knee.
Correct. Right.
It all ties into me.
Yeah. For everyone that's watching it, they're talking about the idea of that knee rolling forward, as you were talking about the concept of you're teaching them to run. And the idea is to let that knee kind of cascade itself forward to allow it the ability to move into the block.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Now, hey, if we were power stepping right now, then I would go right now because it is mirroring what our foot does. But like you said, Coach, as we start moving forward, and we are a very vertical football team, but it's all on our second step that we're going vertical, if that makes sense.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And it's because of zone. But to me, whether you go vertical on your first step or your second step, all of these fundamentals and principles apply. And we talk about positive shin angles, getting the knee out over the toes. And that's why I said, hey, we don't talk about moving our feet. You'll never hear me, hey, move your feet. Because, Coach, I can stand up against this wall right behind me right here, get down in an unbelievable football position, demeanor, and I can move my feet so fast, and I'm never training to move the wall. A guy can look on film and he's moving his feet, but he ain't going nowhere. We strain to drive our knees forward because that continually, like you said, it continually rolls over that knee, that positive shin angle, that's the knee, however you want to say it, but it keeps creating power for a guy.
Yeah, definitely. Coach Alan Rudolph, for those of you who are tuning in and seeing Coach Rudolph with Ohio University, spent some time coaching in the Canadian League, and we got a chance to meet up. Coach, this is awesome. I'm waiting to see if any more questions come through. But I will say that the two drills, as simple as they were, it made my mouth kind of dropped open. I was looking, I'm like, oh, that makes perfect sense, where you added the extra guy behind the guy who's holding the pad and make that player responsible for moving more that he has to over accentuate. I think that's a really good concept.
And how many times, Coach, do you work a drive block or do you work whatever block, and on contact against a good a good defensive lineman, there's a stalemate.
Absolutely.
And I'm just creating that stalemate, and they have to learn to work through that stalemate with their hips and driving their knees forward. Now, the first guy really is just a 300-pound dummy.
Right.
He's not trying. He's just heaviness, if that makes sense.
Yes, perfect.
The guy grabs the back of the shoulder pads, and I tell them to apply some pressure, but I want the guy to feel himself working through the heaviness and the stalemate. So I don't want it to be, hey, 600 pounds, we ain't just letting that 300, we're not letting the guy move. That's not the purpose of the drill. But them to feel the hip trajectory coming out of their hips, getting their hips through, and then having their knees forward. And then, like we talked about, Coach, that strike. Now, we're not actually striking at it drill because we fit, but I want them to pry and create. Coach Mudd used to talk about all the time, Howard Mudd, blocking with extension in the run game. We want to block with extension, and extension doesn't need to go vertically. Extension needs to go out.
It's an out thing. Right?
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Makes
a broad jump, not a power clean.
Absolutely. I think, we hear all this stuff about power cleaning, and again, I'm a huge guy who loves the idea of incorporating them. And you're getting hips automatically, but I agree with you. I think the angle of trajectory, especially for the O line, has got to be different.
Yeah, and we are power cleaning.
Absolutely.
We're just doing it on this trajectory rather than that trajectory. And I think power clean is so vitally important to offensive line play to any position.
Absolutely.
Explode out of their hips, but the angle that we're exploding out of our hips is different than what we're doing in the weight room.
Absolutely. Yeah. No doubt.
I just think it ties to my guys, in their.
Hey, Coach, can you let everybody know what your Twitter account is? Because that's how what people don't know is just how vital kind of this, especially with COVID and everything. Man, we were talking through there, and boom, next thing you know, we've got this. And I'm very grateful to have you on.
Can you see it right there, Coach?
Yeah, there it is, Coach. Good deal. Yep, it's right there. So,
hey, it's just. And guys, I'd love everybody to come to Ohio, but this ain't a recruiting spill.
Sure.
And I think I would love everybody if they get an opportunity to go follow that Twitter page. And that Twitter page is not for recruiting. That Twitter page is for line play. And I put out something today actually. On that Twitter page, a guy that I coach with Hamilton, with the Hamilton Tiger Cats. I don't know. There I am. I'm back. So I put out there on today. I call it Lunch Lanyap, and I do about four of those a week. Different little knickknacks here and there. Different fundamental things: run game, pass pro, whatever. And a couple bullet points that the guys have really liked. So I try to put that, out for 3 or 4 or 5 times a week. And then there are some other things that go along with that, but now's not the time and place.
No doubt. Well, Coach, man, I'm just forever, again, we'll get to talk. I'll follow up with you, and I appreciate you. Being here for everybody today, and we're gonna get our next group on. And again, this has been a really great experience so far. So thanks so much.
Hey, and Coach, just and I know I'm pushing into somebody else's time. If they will just DM me, I love talking football. If they'll just DM me on that Twitter page, hey, I'll end up. I'll tell everything I know.
You'll be talking football the rest of the night.
That's all right. I love it.
All right. Sounds good, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you for having me. Thank you, guys.
Oh, we lost him. Okay, guys, we got both coaches in the next room. So just like everybody said, make sure you share the page, do everything. Obviously, hopefully you've enjoyed this. We're going to do our test run with the next coaching staff. Make sure they're all good. Just give them the heads up that we are live when we do this, and then we'll reset it and get ready to film here. So I'll bring them in, Coach. All right?
Sounds good.
Hey, coaches, how are you?
Doing good.
I'm doing well.
How are you, buddy?
We're doing great. So we are live, but it's not going to be the live that'll be recorded on after we cut out the segment here. Let's make sure we can share your PowerPoints real quick, so that way we have no technology programs. And one of the problems is you won't see anybody. So it's one of the difference of doing Zooms and this. You'll just see your PowerPoint presentation, but then once you get to the end, just like you just saw, and it's going to be you and Coach, you can get rid of that PowerPoint, and then you'll be able to interact and see pretty easily. So
you're muted, Coach.
No problem.
Coach McGlinchy is muted.
So we just hit the share screen button?
Yep. Just share screen. Yes, sir. And then I'll show you what it looks like. Make sure it's good to go. And okay, Coach, got you. There you go. Perfect. You're good to go. All
Coach
right.
McGlinchy or Coach Linhard?
That was Coach McGlinchy's. Coach Linhard, if you would share that for me.
Yeah. When I click on it, the share option, it's not highlighted. It's gray right now.
You gotta click the little box up top there, Neil. Like the one that in the screen, not the little button. Then go click the little button.
Gotcha.
There we go. All right.
Sweet. There you go.
So once
Yeah, it works a little different than Zoom, but it's kind of similar in the same sense. It's like being in a radio booth almost, like old school radio tower. Like we're having the meeting, you guys are on the outside, then you're coming on in, and then boom, we run with it.
Okay.
Right.
And we should be able to Huddle-wise, be able to pull up a presentation in Huddle, or is PowerPoint better?
whatever you want to do, whatever you show on your screen is what we'll see.
Okay,
Correct.
perfect.
So you want to get what you want to show real quick here, and that way we know we're good.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep, whatever we're seeing everything. So
Perfect.
Okay. Yes.
perfect. All right,
And then-
guys, any questions? Obviously, people listening at home, anything you guys need real quick?
No.
Okay.
No, it'll be good.
All right. So Coach, will you be on in his segment too, or is it just going to be him to start, and then you?
It's just gonna be Coach Linhart, and then I'm gonna come in after that.
Okay, good deal. I'm gonna get off, Coach. If you will add your screen again, so I see it.
I gotta go back to share. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna hop away, get Coach out as well, and we will start back with a countdown, and then it'll be you guys coming in. Okay.
Sounds good. I love technology. This is just hilarious.
Right?
Like, what a day, you know what I mean? Like, we've never met before, but hey, man, we're having a clinic. Let's do this thing. You're on here. This is great.
Exactly.
It's good stuff, man. I appreciate you for real. I'm going to say it probably 25 times, but it is what it is.
So when I'm sharing my screen, will they see my video too, or is it just the screen?
No, they'll see whatever it is that you're sharing.
Okay. I didn't know if my video pops up. Like with Zoom, it'll show video too.
Right. Exactly. It's the same. You're treated just the same. So when you're sharing, you're not going to see me. You're just going to be coaching the room as if I'm sitting in front of you. And honestly, we've had a bunch of people in, so it's been pretty cool.
Sounds good. And then question-wise, how have you guys handled that? Just kind of as they've come up, or at the end?
Usually at the end, we're given like about a 15-minute little spiel at the end, which allows coaches to kind of throw in questions, and then it'll let you kind of go in whatever way you want to answer it. And then I'll probably follow up if there's not more than one question, because, I'm a clinic guy. I like clinics, man. I love to get taught. I like getting taught football.
Sounds good.
All right, guys, we're back live through the Facebook account as well as the footballfilmroom.com. I'm with Coach Linhard. Coach, you're going to have the opportunity. Rock and roll. It's QB Fundamentals. Another great clinic. Looking forward, and we're excited to have you here with us. Thanks again for being willing to come and be a participant today. Thanks so much, man.
Absolutely. Sounds good. We'll get this pulled up and get rolling. I'm going to talk today a little bit about quarterback footwork in the passing game, what we teach our guys. Again, I'm Neil Linhard. I'm the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach here at William Jewell. Below, I have my email listed and Twitter. Honestly, like most of you guys probably right now with our emails a little flooded, so easiest to reach out to me via Twitter. Shoot me a direct message, and we'll be able to talk a little bit. Starting off, and honestly, I wasn't going to include this slide until I watched the games yesterday and the NFL games. And then kind of what we talked to our guys about offensively, what we're about. The number one thing is ball security. We saw the Browns receiver, right, reach out for the goal line, getting hit, fumbles to the back of the end zone, ends up being a 10-point turnaround The Chiefs won by obviously less than 10 points. So that's something that we talk to our guys. Our guys aren't going to reach the ball out to the goal line, number one, unless it's fourth down. That's the only time that we give them the option. If you're going to score, it's fourth and goal, right? Then you can reach the ball out and try and get that extra yard, try and get that touchdown. A couple of years ago, I did a study within the conference that I was in at the time, and the teams that won the turnover battle, and it could be by 1, it could be by 3, differential, were 42-10. So that tells you something right there, that if you're able to take care of the football, then your chances are you're going to win the game. The next thing that we talk to our guys about is being relentless. And we talk about this. Number one is, for us, we're a no huddle, up-tempo offense, but we'll vary up our tempo, but we truly believe is that tempo creates a frantic response. And it's not always, going what Oregon used to do probably 10, 15 years ago now, of just trying to rep off play after play after play. Now, we're going to line up fast, and then we're going to make the defense respect us, get into a call. From there, we're going to either change our formation, be able to change our call, right? We're going to continuously change the picture on the defense to make them, and for us, it's going to be our same basic concepts that we have, but maybe we have a shift in there. Maybe we have a motion, different ways of changing the picture up so the defenses have to continue to make checks. Next is going to be 6-second warrior. Average play is about 6 seconds, and this goes from our guys up front to our receivers. If we throw a 5-yard into our receiver and he breaks it off for a big run, we expect our 5 guys up front chasing the football. We expect our quarterback chasing the football. Right? Good things happen when you're always moving on the field and giving great effort. You never know when the receiver's going to fumble the ball, and then the opportunity's there for the old lineman to jump on it. Next is just looking at next play mentality. Doesn't matter if you're the quarterback and you throw an interception, right? How are you going to bounce back that next series? Being able to overcome adversity throughout the game. And that's also for us a lot of times is for a big play too, because there's a good chance that if we hit a big play, we throw a post and we get tackled at the 2-yard line, that we don't have time to celebrate that because we're probably going to go into one of our one-word calls, line up when the defense isn't ready, and then take advantage of that opportunity. Next point is for us is to be flexible. We have to be able to run the ball when we want to and when we have to, and we have to be able to throw the ball when we want to and have to. And a lot of that comes within our offense. Our quarterback, he truly is the field general for us. He has usually 4 different options when we call a run play. It could be a pass to the right, a pass to the left. We can hand it off to the back, or he's usually reading someone. So there's a lot for the quarterback to have to be able to handle. Number one, understanding what the situation is in the game, but also taking what the defense gives us and really being selfless there and saying, hey, the defense they're taking away all of our throw options, so I'm going to sit back and I'm going to hand the ball off and let our running backs do our thing. And then really this is the big one for me is we're going to attack matchups. We're going to try and get our best guys right on their guys that they really don't want covering our best guys on their hideouts. And how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to move those guys around. I went 1 year, I had our outside receivers stay in the same spot, and I was absolutely miserable in it because regardless of how good both those guys are, you want to be able to get the ball to your best receiver at times. And if you don't switch sides with those guys, I really think that it dictates a lot of what you have to call to try and set up to get to the situation that you want versus, we're going to have our X receiver. He's going to line up in the slot for us. He's going to line up in a bunch type package for us. We're going to move him around and try to create matchups, whether it's on a corner or on a safety. Right? If we can get him on a backer, even better. But we're going to try and find ways to be able to move our guys around to create the best matchups. Looking at a little bit, going quarterback expectations. So what do we expect out of our quarterbacks? Number one is you have to sweat the small stuff. So you have to be able to sit there and say, okay, attention to detail. And we're going to talk today about our footwork in the pass game, both quick game, and then in our 3-step. And a little bit of a unique situation that we're in here is I actually got here March 1st. Obviously, we all know kind of how things have gone down since then. So we've only had the opportunity to be on the field with our guys in a practice setting for 12 practices. So we're going to see guys, and I'm going to be able to talk through, and I think, honestly, the film will be better for you guys watching to be able to talk about, okay, hey, this is how it should be. This is what he's actually doing. How are we going to correct that? Or what drills do we do to correct what they're doing? So our guys in their footwork, we still have a ways to go. But like I said, hopefully it's good that I can kind of talk to you guys and explain why we do it, one, and then two, how can we correct what they're doing. Next thing is to be able to communicate. And with that comes hey, not just, hey, I think this guy slanted in. No, give me a little bit more, right? So I spent a lot of time with our quarterbacks, right, watching the guys up front, talking through our protections, right, talking through run game scheme with them. So they understand, so they see the whole picture, and they can tell me what happened. Hey, the outside linebacker blitz, the 5 technique slanted in, right? They can be able to communicate that with me, so that way we can call plays that are more effective. Next is being able to have thick skin to criticism and evaluation, right? Quarterback, it's a difficult position. And if you don't have thick skin and you can't handle the criticism, because I'm going to be hard on our guys, right? I'm going to harp, and we watch our footwork, we watch our steps on every pass play, on the run plays, and we're going to nitpick at the small things, because at the quarterback spot, right, all it takes is you moved your right foot on inside zone, and now our mesh point is off. So we really hammer home the attention to details, and those guys got to have thick skin. They have to be reliable in all areas. Number one, that goes as in athletics, right? Are you a guy that we can count on being there at 6 a.m. in the morning? If you're not, then your team, number one, is going to question you, and you can't have your team questioning, especially at the quarterback spot. So your guy has to be able to show up to weights on time, to be in the classroom, right? You're successful in the classroom, so we don't have to worry about eligibility issues. And then socially, whether you want to be or not as a quarterback, you are the face of the program. So socially, right, people are going to see you out. How do you treat other people? Making sure that you are giving them a positive impression of William Jewell football. Being able to elevate others around you, and within that, it's within the position group too. You should be the third string if you're the starter, or the fourth string. You should be their biggest fan, right, and their biggest critic too. Be able to talk to them about, hey, you should have saw this, see this, kind of be able to talk through them in different positions, but also, being able to pick them up when they make a great throw, not, ooh, that's my competition. No, the better we are as a team and as a unit, the better the full team will actually be. As a quarterback, as this kind of goes without saying, expect to be held to higher standards. And then the last one is give credit to your teammates when we're successful. So number one is give those offensive linemen some love. We're able to move the ball effectively and score. And then, if you're fortunate enough to get interviewed and get a chance to talk, we'll talk, hey, this was exactly what our scout team gave us. So being able to say, yeah, I hold myself to higher standards, but at the same time, I'm doing my best to elevate and bring my teammates up with me. All right, so kind of getting into our footwork in the quick game. So first off, we're going to identify coverages. So we're going to look at safeties, and in our quick game, we'll go through one concept. Really, the majority of our quick game is through our run game calls that we can tag and check. But one that we'll talk about that is a true quick game footwork for us. It's dictated on if there's 2 high safeties, then I'm going to go to this side. If there's 1 high safeties, I'm going this side, right? If I see a roll, I should be looking to throw away from the roll. But within our footwork, so I'm a right-handed quarterback. So in our footwork, I should have my left foot should be slightly ahead of my right in my stance. And then the ball of my right foot should be able to fit into the instep of my left foot. And then I'm going to go with my feet just over shoulder width apart. So I'm a slightly staggered stance. We do that for 2 reasons. One, within the run game, it's only a 3 or 4 inch difference now in our mesh point. And I don't have to worry about moving my feet around. I want to have that consistency in my mesh points in the run game. And then in our quick game, the hardest throw for our quarterbacks is to have good footwork, throwing a quick game to their rights for a right-handed quarterback. So I'm going to always, with my left foot, as I catch the snap, I should pick up and put back down. That's just a timing step for us. Okay, and then within that, now I'm going to take my right foot. We'll go left first. If I'm throwing to my left, I should start to bring my right foot over a little bit, right, with it pointed at a parallel to where I want to throw the ball. So I'm slightly sliding my foot over. I'm going to step and throw from there. We'll kind of talk through when you can see the film a little bit more. But if I'm throwing to my right as a right-handed quarterback, I'm the same thing. I'm going to pick up, put down my left foot. Now I need to turn my right foot so I can get to be able to throw to my right. So I'm going to lose a little bit of ground. I tell the guys they have a cylinder from foot to foot. If they drew a circle that connected their 2 feet, that's the cylinder that they have to keep their feet in. And then from there, right, they figure out a point that's comfortable for them to be able to be consistent when they go to throw the ball. So first concept that we're going to talk about is dart for us. So this is a full field concept where, number one, our quarterbacks are going to look at the safeties. If we have 2 high safeties, okay, we're going to take the dart side or the 5-yard inside on both sides. If we have one high safety, then we're going to go to our fade out / pin, depending on how the corner plays it. So if we get a press corner on X, okay, he's going to look to outside release and run the fade. If we have an off corner, he's going to run a pin. So he's going to take 5 steps, stick the outside foot, and he's going to slightly work in. And when we say slightly, he's running a skinny post from there, expecting to have the quarterback putting the ball on him on his back number. Right, and then so looking at it coverage-wise, so we see 2 high safeties, and we're going to go to our dart side. We're going to read the flat defender. So we're looking for the guy who's over Y, the guy that's closest to Y is who we designate as the flat defender, whether he's inside or outside. If he attaches to Y, then we're looking to throw to Z. If he runs out right away and we see an opening to be able to throw it to Y, then we're going to put it on Y right now. Same thing. If we go to the other side, we got 1 high safety. Who are we reading? We're reading the flat defender. Flat defender gets depth, right? We're looking to throw the speed out. If he attaches and runs with F on the speed outs, then we're looking to throw either the fade, depending on how the corner had it, was aligned, or we're looking to throw the pin. And we'll be able to go through and talk a little bit here as we watch our film. And I'm going to break down both our footwork and as we're going, kind of what we're reading here. So right now, we see we have 2 high safeties. So our quarterback, and he's a lefty, so he's a little bit backwards. And I'll talk through that as we go here. But right now, right, he sees a safety walking off. So I know I'm going to my dart side, which is the top of the screen. Right, and I'm reading the outside linebacker to the field here, right, as he goes to attach the 2. And really this one, honestly, based upon alignments, right, unless he turns and runs past 2 or number 2 right away, I'm going to throw this 1 to 1. All right, and as we can see here from the tight, a little bit of footwork. So, again, being a lefty and he's throwing left, he's going to pick up and put down his right foot. Right, the one thing that he does here is we cross over with his left foot. We don't want that. We want him to be able to still step within his cylinder. Right, that way, right, he kind of elongates his stride here, a little bit late throwing the ball out there as we saw from the wide. So I should pick up, put down, right, I should really be stepping, right here to get my momentum going that way, but I shouldn't be crossing over. And then step and throw out to number 1 here based upon what the alley defender was doing. All right, same look here. We got 2 high. So now left-handed quarterback, he's going to be throwing left. Right, we get a blitz by the outside linebacker. And really, when the outside linebacker comes, he really opens it up for to either really throw it to number 2 right now. Right, we end up going to number 1 here, right, because his eyes really go. Once that backer walked up, he's looking at the outside backer. He's really, who's my alley defender? Right, well, it's the inside backer trying to work out. But again, no way he could take away our throw to 1. Right, and then we see he throws this high because we'll see his footwork here. Again, pick up, put down with his right foot, right? We're pretty good here as far as staying within my cylinder with my left foot, get it planted. But when he goes to step and throw now, right, he overstrides this. Okay, so what happens when you overstride? With our quarterback here, we'll see that he's going to let go of the ball early. He'll never get a chance to release it on full extension and be able to bring the point of the nose down. So he releases it right about here where we don't have full extension yet. He's already starting to let go of the ball. And that's going to keep the nose of the ball up, and that's why we end up throwing this one high. All right, this next one. So we go 2 high, and on this one, our quarterback, he actually reads this wrong. He should say 2 high. I'm going to the field. All right, but he ends up taking our speed out on this one. Not necessarily the best clip. And honestly, we talked about this, and which isn't something I necessarily 100% disagree with. But the guy in the slot to the boundary here is one of our more athletic guys when it comes to agility and speed. And he basically is saying that outside linebacker, by the way he's playing it, he's not going to be able to get there. Now, initially, and what we talk about is right away there's no variance from our reads. So we hammered home that, hey, they're too high. We're going to our dart side here. So here we got the safety rolled down a little bit, and just as we're snapping the ball, right, we see the free safety to the boundary. He's starting to roll to the middle of the field. So as a quarterback, again, I know I'm going to my out fade combination side, and I'm reading the outside linebacker here, right, as he goes to run with on the out, right. And then we see with number 1, he's sticking the pin because the corner's off. Right, and then we see our quarterback here. We'll get a chance to watch his footwork, and something that we do to kind of alleviate this, right? We see him, he doesn't pick up his right foot. He takes a step with his left foot back right away. So something that we do drill-wise is we'll take an agility bag, right? Because you'll see he feels like he's waiting on this because his footwork's off. We'll take an agility bag and we'll put it a half a yard behind him. So that's going to alleviate them from being able to step back at all. I want my momentum going into the throw. I want my feet underneath me. I want to be able to drive off my left foot as the left-handed quarterback here and be able to put this ball on the money, where we see all the time when quarterbacks feel like they're waiting on a route, right? We get a little bit antsy, we get happy feet, right? Our eyes break down in our reads. So that's why with that agility bag, just a half yard behind, you should be able to get his steps in without stepping on the agility bag and then being able to execute the throw based upon his read. Again, with the outside linebacker working out, right, and running out hard with number 2, just looking to throw it right behind him. So at the top here, have our fade out combination to the field. We have darts, right, to double in. All right, we're going to get a roll here. Our quarterback's eyes, right away, we're just checking out that free safety. What's he doing? Okay, he's working that boundary safety. He's working to the field. I know I'm going to my 1 high side. All right, again, pretty easy completion, backed up. Inside, we've started this series at our own 2-yard line, right? Being able to get a first down, get 6 move, giving us room if we had to be able to punt, right? Our goal when we start backed up, 2 first downs. That way we're flipping field position. Same thing here, and this is something that, again, when he throws rights, right, a lot of times he's going to cross over with that left foot. So we're trying to work on that, making sure, again, having an agility bag behind him here, right, when we're doing drills, right, he kicks good with his right foot, but when he goes a step with his left, right, we're losing ground, and I want to be able to throw that ball out there as soon as possible, keep my feet underneath me, good base, to be able to throw that ball. And then this one, we're getting another roll. Again, the safety's walking down. So with rolling to 1 high, we're going to go to our out. We run a pin here with our outside receiver because the corner's off at the bottom of the field. So he sees the roll. Right, as we watch kind of the footwork here, he's already losing ground a little bit with the pick with his right foot when he goes to pick it up. Right, the second step's not bad though. He's still keeping it within the cylinder. Right, I got a good line right here to be able to drive off this foot. If my knee is straight underneath my shoulder, right, I can drive and get that ball out there now. And again, all he's doing here, once he sees the rotation, reading the outside linebacker, right, he turns and runs with our outs. We're looking to throw the pin. Again, we're looking to hit the 0 on number 10 right here. So it throws a little low. We don't complete this one, but that's where we're looking as the quarterback to throw, looking to hit the 0 on that back shoulder. So with the corner over the top, we're not leading him into the corner if he's playing over the top, where we're throwing a body ball where our receiver has a chance to really just box out the corner on that throw. All right, again, pick, plant, right, footwork's pretty good here. See the safety roll down pre-snap. All right, again, know they're going to go 1 high. But again, his eyes are on the alley defender, the outside linebacker here. Right, as he goes to run out with number 2. Right, again, he tries to adjust and flip his hips, but realistically, right, when he's in that position, he has no chance of being able to cover our number 1 receiver on the pin where he's sticking, looking to get inside. So he sees, and our quarterback's already made up his mind that outside linebacker's shoulders are turned. He's running with 2. I'm looking to throw it right off him right now. So as far as our quick game goes, like I said, that's the main concept that we have when we run quick game. Other than that, like we can run dart with our inside zone scheme. So we can mix things up, but when we truly go to a quick game scheme, that's our number one concept that we run. Next, when we talk about 3-step for us, our quarterbacks, as far as their initial read, their eyes are on 0. So we always zero a guy who we're going to say during your drop, your eyes are on this guy, and he's going to dictate where our next read goes based upon what he does. Sometimes it's he steps up, so we're throwing behind him. Other times it's okay that we know now that they're a 1 high, so we're looking to go this side. So there's different ways, but we'll always zero a defender and give our quarterback the opportunity to be able to make his read off that. Okay, when we look at footwork for us, and we're going to start by talking a lot about quick 3. Okay, so our quarterback still stance stays the same. So our left foot is up. If I'm a right-handed quarterback, right foot's slightly staggered with the ball. My right foot's to the instep of my left foot. And first step, I'm looking to reach and get as much depth as possible. That's something where I'm looking to almost jump out of this stance, and that's something that we work on as quarterbacks through drill work, right? We'll do steps where we're really reaching, we're jumping out, trying to take as big as steps as possible, and then we'll do other ones where we're just quick going down the line, staying on track there. But we're going to catch, we're going to reach, again, jumping out as far as possible, trying to get as much ground. The second step is what's going to control us. It's going to slow us down. We're going to cross over with that step. And the third step then should be planted in the direction of based upon what our read tells us, should be planted in the direction to make that next throw. So and that third step, it should be directly underneath me. I don't want to take that big step and hitch up. So I should be under control with that. And one thing that we'll do with our quarterbacks, we'll start with left foot on the ground straight up, right foot is up in the air, and then we'll have a receiver off to the right to start. When he goes, he's going to plant. When a receiver claps off to the right, plant the foot, and throw. So that way he gets used to plant, and I'm already starting my motion going forward. Okay, we'll do the same thing to the left, and then the third time we'll have 2 receivers out there, one to the right, one to the left. Quarterback's eyes looking straight downfield. My shoulders are square or perpendicular to the line of scrimmage, so I'm looking straight down the middle of the field, right foot up in the air, and then we'll have one of the guys clap, and they got to plant their foot based upon which way they're going to throw. And then from there, after we get the plant foot, our first read's not there, we're going to look to hitch up into the pocket and go on to our next progression from there. All right, so between dart and spot, and our first, third, and 5 to 6 call is going to be one of these two. We see a 4-man front against our opponent, so this is something that we found had a lot of success with. So for us, number one, we will look quarterback as he's catching the snap and starts his drop. He's going to read. His eyes are going to go to that safety on his side. So if it's in the field or boundary, whatever side Y is on, that's the safety he's going to look at first. With that, he's going to tell us, are they going 2 high or 1 high? Based upon his first couple steps, that's going to tell our quarterback, if Y's not there, then I know what side to read. So again, in this case, he would read the strong safety. In his drop, if they stay 2 high, right, I'm going to go from my Y to my F here on the follow. And with our follow, it says 10 to 12 yards. Realistically, what it breaks down to is we're at 7 steps. On his 7th step, he's going to break off his outside foot, looking around it, and take the middle of the field. If that safety rolls to the middle of the field, then we're going to go, okay, Y is Y there? And all we're looking at with Y is our eyes are going to be on the Sam backer in this case, so the inside backer to the Y side. We're reading him first. Y covers him. 1 high, we're going curl flat. So initially my read, safeties, they're going to tell me if Y's not open, where I'm going with the ball. Okay, so we'll go in our curl flat. We have our Z. He runs a 12-yard curl. And then our running back becomes number 3 in this concept. He's free release. He's running a wide route. And all the wide route tells him is at the snap of the ball, I'm running 1, 2, 3 steps, and then I turn my head and then look back to the quarterback as I'm gradually gaining yardage towards the line of scrimmage. So as we look at spot here, all right, so starting off, this is a concept that we'll run to the tight end, and we'll run this in a 10 personnel set to a receiver as well. The only difference is for our tight end, his aiming point is the inside shoulder of the inside backer. If we're running from an extended Y, 10 personnel, he's running that outside shoulder, just so that way it times up a little bit better for us. But here we go, 3rd and 5 situation. Our tight end, he is running to replace that inside shoulder of that backer. Right, and our quarterback, again, he's looking at the safety first. In this case, right, as we see it from the tight, here's the safety already rolled down. So he's thinking right now, depending on the safety's first movement, right, he's getting depth. My curl flat, if this isn't open, if Y's not open, I'm going to look to take my curl flat because the safety's getting depth right now. Okay, and as we watch the footwork with our quarterback here, right, reach, cross over, what we see right now, and you can actually probably see it a little bit better from the wide. Sorry to go back on this one for you guys. Right, when I go to plants, right, look at his base already. It's tough for me to quick change direction because I'm still getting depth with my 3rd step where I should be planting underneath myself, and I'm ready to throw that ball right now to Y. Again, seeing it from the tight, backs free, release outs. Right, again, all our quarterback's doing is eyes on this safety. He's getting depth. And I'm able now to watch the inside backer. He continues to get depth. I have a window to throw to. Right, 82 is a big target. Right, so all I'm doing as a quarterback as far as ball placement goes, I'm looking to throw away from that defender. So he's on his outside hip here. I should be throwing it to his near hip or his inside hip. All right, one thing that we got to continue to work on with our tight ends, though, is I don't want them to drift, right? It kind of muddies the picture for the quarterback. He should sit right there. Right? Instead, he kind of continues to drift over into the other backer. Right? So we got to continue to work on that with our tight ends, getting those guys to sit right now. Again, here we're just changing the picture. We go 3-by-1 with a nub tight end. Right? We're running spots. So the tight end, it's got the snag on the inside shoulder, the backer to the side. We got curl flat with our outside receiver who motioned over. Our running back is going to work the wide routes, and then we got the follow. And then honestly, we have a K to our X receiver at the top. And this concept is that he's really not a read for us. Right? Same thing with the back running the wide. Right, we get 2 guys to run with the back. Okay, so our quarterback right now knows that I'm putting the ball on wide. Right, not a high investment play, but again, an easy 5 to 10 yard completion consistently, being able to throw the ball to Y there. All right, looking at the quarterback's footwork here. One thing that hurts 7 here and with a lot, what I call, right, he cheats his drop a little bit. When I say he cheats his drop, he's going to take his left foot and step back, right? And in our big 3, right, where we're looking to take our number 1 read, we're looking to throw the post, that's okay. You can get away with that. You can get that extra depth with your cheat step. But here, right, when that ball needs to be out on time, right, he's usually late on this throw because of that. So for him, that's something that we talk about a lot is knowing the difference between, hey, what drop is it? Being able to get depth still, cross over, right? And you can see he really shorts his last 2 steps because we take that little cheat step. And he's just panicking trying to get that ball out instead of 1, 2, 3 ball out. So that's something for each of our guys. They have something different. We saw 14, right, when we go to quick game, he crosses his back foot when he's throwing to his right. That's one thing that for 7 there that we need to continue to work on. Okay, here, right now, our quarterback, he should be looking at the safety that's on the hash into the boundary. Right, we got Y on the stick, we got curl flat, he throws a curl here. Right, safety rolls in the middle field. All right, that tells me as a quarterback, if I don't like Y, where are my eyes going next? Okay, he didn't like Y here, seeing the backer that's attached to him, so my eyes are now going to the alley defender here. He's running with our back, right? That should open up our curl flat window. Right, unfortunately, we slip out of our break. Right, our receiver's leaning back, got to get the feet in the ground, keep his chest down, stick that outside foot, and then he should be working right back to the quarterback. Right, and then as far our quarterback here, right, we're good, reach, get depth, cross over, right, Y's not there. He's already moved on based upon how that outside linebacker plays it, so his eyes are already on the outside backer. He should hitch up once, throw the curl. Here we go to run into the field now. So again, Y's got the snag, curl flat, back on the wide is who we end up hitting here. All right, same thing with our quarterback, right? 1, 2, 3, and he's already ready to throw. So what did he say as far as what he's reading? He's reading that inside backer, eyes on him, right? He stops getting depth, right? We feel the pressure coming up with the guy who really should be responsible for the back with the way that they're aligned, right? And yes, they are too high here, but how does our quarterback read this? He reads one safety in the middle of the field, right? Especially running this concept to the field, right? He knows that outside linebacker is going to be put in conflict, or the inside linebacker, if they bring the outside, is going to be put in conflict, whether he covers wide or runs with the back. So right away, he feels the pressure coming. Okay, the outside or inside backer is sitting on wide. Stump it off to the back. So in this clip, they're going to get to too high, and we're running 10 personnel. We'll see our quarterback, honestly, with our receiver at the bottom, number 2, he's got the snag here. Our quarterback really had the opportunity to throw it to him. I know why he got off. This is a concept that's new to these guys. He sees the outside linebacker right now is going to step up. Staying too high, he knows I should be looking for my follows. So that's, you can see right now, as that outside linebacker stepped up to reroutes, he's getting his eyes off, and he's going to his follow route. Right, and then same thing here with footwork. I should be quick 3, foot underneath me, ready to throw. I don't like it. I'm hitching up once. I'm throwing the follow. Right, same thing here. We're looking to throw the follow. He throws the follow again. All right, 2 high safeties. Right, reading Y. Right, again, another situation where, and more often than not, you could take the Y in this concept, because those backers are, especially in Skelly, because they cheat the drill, but that's for a different talk. Looking to get depth, right? So again, I could take Y. He decides that it wasn't there, which again, he should have. And this is in when we talk about attention to details, right? We're going to take Y until they take it away. And what I said there, as far as linebackers cheating the drill, I don't tell those guys that. But realistically, right, and honestly, our slot receiver here, he can, at the top, he can help us out by cheating his alignment out a little bit. That way he's not, when he goes to bend the follow, he's not working into the inside backer. Still delivers a pretty good ball, right? But again, this is free 5+ yards if we just throw it to Y, right? There's a cushion there. If we throw this ball on time, right, it should be able to. But again, he hitched up too high. The positive part and how I spin it positively is, hey, at least we knew safeties, right? Yes, 100% just throw the ball wide. But we knew how many safeties were. We knew where the open window would be. All right, and then the last concept that I want to talk about for us is Y cross. So for us, the first rule, our quarterback pre-snap, we are going to look at the free safety, okay? With that, if he's more than 3 yards outside the hash, we know he's taking away the fade if they run cover 2. So we'll automatically know that we can't throw the fade if he aligns more than 3 yards outside the hash. Okay, our initial read is the corner, right? If the corner sits, we're looking to take the fade. Again, if that safety's out there, I know that I can speed up my reads. They're running cover 2, right? Corner just sat, safety got over the top to take away our post. I can get back to our Y pretty quickly if I see a true cover 2 look with the corner sitting, the safety cheating outside. If the corner sits and that safety is on the hash, right, we're gonna bang it in that window. That's what our quarterbacks are taught to do there. We're gonna take our shots, even if it's a back shoulder on this fade. If that corner sits, right, we're gonna bang it in that window based upon where that safety is. Okay, and in this look, if the safety, if the corner were to get depth, right, take away the fade, I know right now my eyes are coming down to the alley defender. And I'm looking at him to be able to throw F on the out here. If he's inside leverage, right, I'm going to take our linebacker, our receiver over the linebacker, being able to stick his foot in the ground, push vertical to 8 yards, and break it out. For us, the reason we run this at 8 yards is if we ran it at 5, there's some gray area when we see quarters. And what we want to do is we want to push it past that 5 yards so where the corner goes to lock on, and now the free safety ends up trying to man up our F, right, with help from the will underneath. But once our F breaks out, right, and let's just say that the will takes away our F, right, our eyes as a quarterback are going to go on the free safety to be able to throw a Y on the over routes. Right, our quarterback footwork-wise on this, we're going to flash fake, right, and then we're looking to take a quick 3, right, ready to throw with our eyes on the corner as we drop, looking to throw the fade or the 8-yard out to F, then being able to hitch up in the pocket, looking to throw a Y if they take that away. So here we're running the concept to the boundary here, and the number 1 receiver, he's got the fade. That's who we're going to go to on this one, right? We see, again, safety isn't more than, he's not 3 yards outside the hash, so we're good. We can fit it in that window, right? Flash fake, right? And again, we talked about earlier, our quarterback's not taking a drop, right? Or not taking the correct drop, and now they feel like they're waiting on it. Well, here, all we do is flash fake this one, right? He takes 1 step. This was early, probably one of the first couple practices we had. So that's something that we've hammered home is, no, we've got to take a quick 3 still to be able to deliver that ball on time so you don't feel like you're waiting on it. Right, and again, first his initial read, looking at that safety, he's on the hash, I'm good. Where's the corner, right? Corner's opened up, staying square, right? He's not getting depth. I got a window to be able to fit that ball in right there. Right, same look here where we're running it into the boundary. This is a concept that we'll run both ways, to the field and the boundary. But just looking at it too high, right away, flash fake with the quarterback, just show, right, 1, 2, 3. Now the issue here with our quarterback's drop is after he hits the top of his drop, right, where's his shoulders, where's his feet pointed? Right, he's pointed straight down the field. I need to be cheated, I need to be opened up, so I'm ready to throw to my right here. So when he goes to plant that back foot, that ball should be, that foot should be perpendicular to where I want that ball to go. So he has to take a hitch up. Luckily, the coverage here isn't as tight, but if at the end we're still a little bit late on the throw, we leave it inside because he's got to take that slight hitch to reset his feet. Right, and again, just going through what he's looking at. Corner gets depth, right? My eyes go to that outside linebacker. He's getting depth, right? Pretty easy to throw the 8-yard out there. This one, we're running to the field here. Right, flash fake, right? Much better job with our quarterback. He's the one that last time one-setted it and looked to throw. Right, flash fake, 1, 2, 3. I'm ready to throw with where my foot's aligned. Right, and now let's look at the coverage. Right, what do we get? Too high, right? Safety's getting depth, or corner's getting depth right away. Right, so I'm off my fade. Right, in this case, they're rolling their strong safety down, so he becomes my read to throw number 2 on the outs. Right, and he's flat-footed, and again, this is one of our smaller slots who, once he makes his break, right, we know he's going to be able to pull away. I just got to make sure I leave that ball outside. So now we're running it in 20 personnel for us, so split back. Okay, same thing. So this is our X receiver. He's got the fade. Right, our running back to the right here, he's the one. The only adjustment is he runs a 5-yard out because he's coming from the backfield. Okay, then we're going to bring our slot receiver to the field here. He's got the over route. Again, we'll still flash fake this one. Right, quarterback should be 1, 2, 3. Right, with his foot underneath him. Right, again, it's a little bit as far as where we want it. We want it directly underneath his shoulder so I can push off and drive if I'm going to throw that out right now. Right, so again, 7, we've talked about him a few times here. where for him to be able to fix that, again, it's just standing on the left leg, right? And then the other thing to add on to that is we'll add a drop to it. So he'll go, catch the ball, he'll take his reach step, he'll cross over, and whenever right before he takes that last step to put it down, he crosses over, he's going to pick up his right foot, hold it up in the air to be able to control his drop. So that's something that we'll do to progress that drill, so that way they're not just always standing there stationary. No, get the feeling of right here, right, I'm going to pick my right foot up, I'm going to hold it in the air, and I'm going to be able to be balanced, to be able to put my foot in the ground and be able to make that throw. But going through our quarterback's progression, right, looking at the safety, he's on the hash. I have the opportunity of throwing the fade. As I'm catching it, go to the corner, right, corner's getting depth right now, right, and then I'm really looking for where's my alley defender, where he's already got my back out leveraged into the flat, so now I should be hitching up, looking to throw it to Y on the over. And then last one here is, again, 20 personnel. So now we're going to take the back to the boundary to the left here. He's out on the 5-yard out. Fade with our outside receiver. Y on the cross. And again, we'll still flash fake for our back. His protection responsibilities is back to the right on this one. Just helps us be able to free release this back. So it should be 1, 2, 3. Right when we hit the top of the drop. Right, he's looking as far as where is the alley defender. He's already got my back leveraged, right? So all I'm looking to do is hitch up, and then my eyes are going to wide, right? Really my concern is, and this is what we talk about when we're throwing overs, is who can take the throw away, right? So realistically, we're looking at this safety, right? If he doesn't get depth, especially when they're too high, he's the guy that can drive and take the throw away, right? Backers are just dropping, right? They don't know where our receiver is behind him. So it's the quarterback's job to be able to know that I'm reading the third level defender, and we got to see a little bit of the big picture there where I'm throwing through windows. Unfortunately, we dropped that one, but good read here by the quarterback again, right? Pretty good footwork to where if I'm ready to throw that out, if it's there, I can get it out. Instead, he hitches up to be able to deliver it to Y there.
All right. There it goes. And now you jump into the whatever you shared, and then it turns around. It's like you dropped into the abyss. Coach, awesome job, man. Really appreciate you going into depth. One follow-up question that I have, just something for you to kind of spitball, think of, and then kind of give me a reaction to is if there's one fundamental thing that you have your quarterbacks do at the start. I know you talked about where it is that they're pointing their shoulders to as far as, having a receiver who claps and is open, and then they're going to go to the left and right. But if you're thinking about progression of shoulder development and shoulder warm-up, what's something that you could tell all of us who are watching and kind of getting into the clinic with you, because you went over some really great concepts as far as dart and the Raider concept with your Y cross, and really I love the leveling that you did. But thinking on that, what is one thing that you could let us know?
Yeah, as far as throwing progressions, one thing that we work on a lot is just being able to work on extension, right, when they throw. So one thing that we'll do is we'll have them get to 0, right, where I'm pretty free flowing here, and they're going to pump 1, 2, 3, and I'm looking to get extension, flick my wrist, and really that spiral should be straight up and down, and be able to get used to releasing the ball on extension there. So that's one of the things that they'll do. Again, it shouldn't be something that you can throw. It should be about 5 to 6 yards. You're looking to throw that ball straight up in the air, right? But then you can see as I release it, right, if it has a wobble to it, then I'm looking at, okay, I didn't get full extension. Did I release it here? But if I get true full extension, that ball should be a spiral straight up in the air. And then similar to, we'll kind of break it down into it where they're throwing darts, right? The elbow tucked in, and then being able to get full extension going straight ahead. Again, same thing with number one, I'm looking at accuracy a little bit now, right? Because on my full extension, I'm seeing where's that ball going. And then at the same time, I'm seeing how that ball is it wobbly because I'm releasing it too early, right? And I'm really looking again at the point of the nose of the football. Is it down when I'm throwing our short and intermediate stuff?
Right. Awesome. I mean, thinking about that concept, just having the guys come out for pre-practice, being able to stand. And I know, we've got a lot of people who are watching, whether it's working with youth or whether we're working with high school, just having them as part of that. Even some of the college guys, they're all sitting around and essentially you get your group together and they're just salt tossing it up, just looking at that elbow getting over the top of the head and trying to keep the shoulder in line, if my understanding is correct. And then you set the darts.
Yeah, and for us, that's part of our kind of warm-up progression that we'll do every day, and those are the kind of first two things that we'll do. Just, again, it's not a high-stress throw under the shoulder, just trying to get things warmed up and really focusing on getting extension. Because we saw in the one, right, where we floated that ball upfield when we were throwing dart. I've worked with a lefty too long that I did it with my left hand.
Right.
But he didn't full extension, right, and that nose of the ball wasn't down, and that's where that ball starts to drift upfield.
Yeah, you say it's such a different throw, which is why you like you said, man, you kind of get like used to the idea of when I'm throwing it left-handed, and if you're a natural righty like myself, we're trying to teach that concept of get the shoulder move. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's such a vitally different experience when you're throwing it on both sides versus what you're doing with a quarterback. I almost feel like it's smoother a lot of times for that lefty to kind of just have that natural kind of finish that will come. But again, it's something you got to coach up every chance that you possibly can get. So, Coach, great job. If there's any other questions that'll come in, and again, could you put back up your contact info real fast, just in case anybody missed it? We're going to take that. We're going to put it. We're going to put that out for everybody to get a chance to actually see. So right there, you guys can see that for yourself and just leave it up for just a couple minutes as it goes. But again, I do appreciate you, and we're going to bring in Coach McGlinchy, make sure all that stuff is working out well. And this has been a great clinic series.
All right, Coach. Thank you. Let's get Coach McGlinchy in. All right, Coach, we got you. Awesome.
Great.
Awesome.
Drop the.
Good job, Neil.
Yeah, man, he's killing it. You got a guy who's coaching him up, Coach.
I know. He talked a lot, real fast too. I'm gonna talk real slow, and he did a lot of clinic stuff, a lot of routes and stuff. I'm gonna talk about handing the dirt.
We're simple people. Those guys.
That's right.
I understand. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's
I started talking fast. I'm sorry.
You were in the beginning. You were buzzing. I was like, oh my. Woo. And then when you got to the film, then you slowed down.
I wanted to make sure to break that down and really.
No, I hear when you're talking to a screen, you can't see anything but yourself.
Yeah, it's
tough,
different.
Man. It really is.
It's tough because
did you?
I had not to digress, but this all last week I got asked to teach for a football 101 class for a community service organization. Actually, it's called the Holly Center here in Salisbury. And Coach McGlinchy, I know you know where that is. And it was supposed to be, if you've never watched the Super Bowl before, and let's go ahead and teach football to people who are like in their 50s and 60s. And I got done, and it was like, and I was like, so there was. I don't know if I went too fast, but yeah, that's why we do this. It's good to clinic. It's great to teach, and it's awesome. And Coach did an awesome job, man. For real.
No doubt. He had a lot of stuff prepared. It was really good, Neil.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a slide in there for you because I'm getting texts at what time about ball security.
Well, I'm glad you put that in there. After watching all that stuff this weekend.
Ball security, man.
It was terrible, man. Those guys are terrible at NFL.
Man, and that was such. You brought up a good point too. That spot when you're talking about the receiver extending, like you're watching it, you're just like, oh, like dude, Like that was not the place. Plus that targeting that kind of came in there, but I won't get into that. I don't blame things on refs. It was what it was. You got to go. I know.
First
You reach the ball on fourth down. That's the only time you reach that ball is on fourth.
That's it. That's it. You got another down to play with at that point. I understand.
That's right.
Coach, let's add your screen in here. Make sure we're good, and we'll do the same thing. I'll go off the air. We'll do a countdown to be the same deal. So,
Awesome.
All right, sounds good.
all right, let me make sure we got you. Yep. Okay. All right. Awesome. Let me get it set up. All right, Coach. Going to drop you out. Going to drop myself out here. Drop me out.
Is there a way to share and have my picture and the presentation up at the same time?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, we can do that. We can make sure that happens. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I actually like that view as well, Coach. I texted Sean.
I'm going to talk with my hands a little bit,
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I do the same. I think it's the lineman in us, right?
Yeah, that's right. You got to get your hands on something.
Got to. Always got to get the balls involved. All right. All right, cool. We're back for not the last one, the best one. That's how we're doing it, Coach. Again, head football coach Mike McGlinchy. Super excited to have you here, Coach, and to take time. And I know you had recruits yesterday, and we were kind of texting back and forth. So I'm going to give you all the time that you possibly can go. Hopefully, we get some more questions that come in. So it'll be like about 45 minutes, and then that last 15 minutes we'll go into it and wrap it up from there. All right.
Great. Well, thank you, Coach Riley, and thank you for including William Jewell in this clinic. And sorry, guys, I'm still getting used to this here real quick. Good. All right. Coach, is it possible to be able to pull it up with a view, side view?
Let me see if Sean can do that for us real quick, because we can see what we see is we actually see you and we see your what it is that you're sharing. So it's
okay. Oh, well, that's great. That's good. That's all.
Yeah, we'll be able to see your hands because I know we were talking about we get the hand movement stuff going. Yeah, got it.
But again, thank you for for including us in the. In this clinic. My name is Mike McGlinchy. I'm the head football coach at William Jewell College. And in about a week or so, I'm going to be here for 1 year. And it's obviously, like everybody knows, a very, very interesting year where, we've had 12 practices so far as a unit. So as Coach Linhard and the rest of the staff, we're still really trying to implement what we would like to do here at Jewell. And one of the key things that I love to talk about is D-line play. And D-line play for me is more than just big guys running in there and creating havoc. And I really love the technical aspect of playing defensive line. I love the mentality it takes. It's we're a 3-4 defense, and it's a 3-on-5 mentality. How are we going to occupy 4 to 5-0 linemen and keep our linebackers free? And we really do it through a couple really base, key reads and fundamental teachings. And when I think about a clinic and when I go to a clinic, I always want to kind of know, well, what am I looking for? Okay. And when it comes to scheme, when you get to, be in your 40s like me, and I was the co-defensive coordinator at Colorado School of Mines the last 4 years, you pretty much know what you want to do scheme-wise. You are looking for small little tidbits that could maybe put you over the top and and you spend a lot of time as a coach, talking to other coaches, privately or meeting with them, on their campuses to kind of get those fine points. But when I go to a clinic, when I go to like this clinic or the Glazier clinic, really what I'm looking for is to take one thing from that clinic, that I can bring back and incorporate it into what I do. And everybody on this video does it differently. Okay. And it doesn't matter if you're a 4-3, 4-4, 4-2-5, 3-4, 3-3 stack. All right. Even if you're in a group of other, say, like coaches, you're all going to be doing something a little differently. So what I hope that you get out of this is how we teach our defensive line to win. All right. And that is, a huge thing. From a technique standpoint, you don't have to have the best guys. You don't have to have the biggest guys, but you do have to have guys that buy into the system. All right. So moving forward, pretty much championship fundamental defensive line play. And I've been lucky enough to be at Colorado School of Mines from 2016 through the 2019 season. While I was there, I was promoted to the co-defensive coordinator. And every year that we were there, we improved our run defense. And run defense for us was huge. And in 2018, we gave up 100 yards rushing for the season. We won our conference. We went to the national playoffs. And then in 2019, we took another step. And we took that step. We went from giving up 100 yards a game in rushing to giving up 57 yards a game rushing after 11 games of quality Division II opponents. Getting to the second round of the national playoffs, giving a top 10 overall defense. I think we gave up around 265 yards a game. And then more importantly, only let up about 15 points a game, on the scoreboard. So we really kind of elevated that play. And I was lucky enough to grow pretty much this craft of how we teach the defensive line, really at Colorado School of Mines. 3 conference championships, a lot of success, right around 40 wins out of 50 games. I think we were 40-10, and a couple of top 10 rankings. So I'm really believing what I'm about to tell you. It might be a little bit unorthodox because I was an offensive coach for 11 or 12 years. And I was at Towson University from 2000 to 2009, early 2009. And I was with head coach Gordy Combs, and I was a running back coach, tight end coach, special teams coordinator. And we just didn't quite win enough to stay there. And when we got let go, I had to reinvent myself. And that came at North Carolina Central, became as a D-line coach. And I still remember Coach Risen asking me, Mike, why am I going to hire you to be my defensive line coach when all you've done is been an offensive coach and a special teams coordinator? And I told Mose, I said, Mose, coaching is teaching, right? And I believe that I am a really good teacher. So I know I'm talking to a lot of teachers out there. All right. And I said, I've spoken to a number of guys that I trust, that I know are really great defensive line coaches. Right. And I'm taking what they've told me and I'm going to do that for you there. All right. While incorporating, my own brand onto North Carolina Central defensive line. And I guess it was compelling enough because he gave me an interview and I got hired. And what I did and what I continue to do throughout my career since that moment is when I go into something new, I do it exactly. One, I talk to a number of people that I know in that area that are experts in that area. And I listen to them, I ask them questions. And then when it comes time for me to take the reins, I pretty much do it exactly how they told me to do it. And I do it that way for a year, just so I can get a little experience under my belt. And then after the year, I start to progress and start to move things in different directions. There'll be some things that I really like, some things I don't really like. So really what you're going to hear today is really a culmination from 2009 through 2019, where I was predominantly the defensive line coach at a number of different places. I did have a stop or two back on offense in between there. And now I'm the head football coach, and I'm mostly just focusing on structure of our program, recruiting, and special teams. And I've hired out a really great defensive coordinator who we share a lot of similar attributes. But to kind of move this thing along, let's talk a little bit about, what are the 6 essential D-line traits or activities that they have to do to be great against the run defense. And for me, it all starts with stance and start. All right. Your stance, your alignment, how you're going to line up. We're not going to spend a lot of time talking about that today because, I trust that, everybody is working on stances where our defensive linemen can get off the ball at the snap. The next big part is BGO, and BGO for me is ball get off. Okay, so at the snap of the ball, what are we doing? Are we exploding? Are we coming straight ahead? Are we moving a stunt? All right. The next will be key reads. All right. So when we're exploding off the ball, at the same time we're making our key reads, and key reads, all right, are what going to put us in the right direction. And I feel that key reads are 1A for the most important parts of playing defensive line. The next will be attack and control. All right. And this is the one that I think is 1B. All right. The attack, and then more importantly, the control of the offensive lineman. All right. Because we don't just want to let that offensive lineman go, because if we let him go, he is going to go block somebody else. All right. So we want to keep him off his path. And that's really a couple things that we're going to be talking about during this clinic. The next will be shed and escape. Obviously, we have to get off the block. All right. Pursuit to the ball, and then tackle. The key part for this clinic is going to be key reads. I'm going to go over, the triangle key read, which is really the most basic for all you 4-3 guys, 4-4 guys, 4-2-5 guys. Triangle read is what your defensive lineman will be in most of the time. For 3-4 guys, I'm going to go over, really what made our defense against the run over the last couple years, which was our reduction reads, okay, how we teach those. I'm going to have some video of pretty much drill work, what we work on every day, what we're trying to accomplish in each drill. And then, I've pulled out a clip or two of guys that have just really done it really well for me over the years. But key reads, okay, again, quick indication of what the play is, puts you going into the right direction. A correct initial reaction to your primary key is a vital part of making the play. And you should see and react all at the same time. All right. So it's not like you're compartmentalizing. You have to be a multitasker to play defensive line. We have a key progression. We have a couple key progressions. We have a triangle read. We have an inside technique read, and then we have a reduction step read. The first one we're going to go over here is triangle key read. Okay, and the key terms and concepts you're going to hear from me are man on, man down the line, and near back. So we're going to pull up to a picture real quick. So right here, we're going to look at the defensive tackle. The defensive tackle would be in the 3 technique and outside shade of the guard. All right, so his first read is going to be man on. So we can all see the one there. So the man on is the guy I line up on. All right, so sorry, guys. So pretty much just to the guard. So if that guard were to attack me in any way, if he would come at the defensive tackle in any way, I no longer have any more reads. All right. But let's say that guard, he decides to go away from me. So he's going to work a gap down scheme. So he's going to down into the A gap, and he's going to work up for my backside inside linebacker. All right. Once he does that, okay, my eyes are going to go down the line of scrimmage because I am looking for some type of a trap coming back. So you guys can see, all right, 1 is man on, 2 is man down the line. All right. If I do not see somebody coming back from opposite the center, all right, to trap me, then my eyes next are going to go to the near back. And in this case here, we have an eye backfield. We don't see a lot of eye backfield anymore, but I have this in here. just for the interior defensive lineman. Okay, so again, man on is the man I line up on. It's the number one read. If that guy were to step at me, would try to drive block me, reach block me, I no longer have any more keys in the triangle read. If he were to go away from me, all right, I'm not necessarily going to let him go where he wants to go. Okay, that's part of the control aspect. But I am going to get my eyes down the line of scrimmage, and then if nobody's coming back to trap, I'm going to get my eyes up to the backfield, okay, to the near back. We'll move on real quick, and we'll do it from the defensive end. So right now we're sitting in a 9 technique, it looks like, with the tight end. All right, so again, the tight end will be the man-on read in the triangle read. If that tight end were to gap down and work up to the backer, all right, I would influence him down. My eyes would go to the kick-out block or the man down the line of scrimmage. When I don't see him, all right, then I'm going to get my eyes up to the near back. All right, and in this example here, this is a little bit more common now. Right now, the near back is number 3, but on the snap of the football, number 3 most likely is going to be making either a play fake. The quarterback's going to, has a zone read option with him. So really, what I taught my defensive ends over the last couple of years is that third read really ends up being the quarterback most of the time, especially in a single back set, because as that 3 goes to take the handoff and the quarterback's eyes are back here on this defensive end, all right, he becomes the near back. All right. So what we're going to do here now is we're just going to really kind of quickly talk about control aspect. All right. So when number 1 goes away, all right, it means he's going to drive down into the C gap right here. All right. Our end is still going to collision and fit the tight end. All right. As he collisions and fits the tight end, all right, if he's the last man on the line of scrimmage, which he will be here in this 3-4, he is going to press his inside hand long. All right. And he is going to bring his inside foot up, and he's going to flatten the tight end down the line of scrimmage. All right. We do not want the tight end to get vertical, because if he gets vertical, he's going to be in the way of our linebackers. All right. So as he gets that that tight end, all right, with his inside arm long, his inside foot up, and he starts washing that tight end down. And what I like to say, he's run blocking him. All right. My eyes are going to peek down the line of scrimmage, and I'm going to look for number 2. All right. If that guard is pulling for a kick out, so it's some type of counter play or something along those lines, all right, I'm going to continue to keep my hands on the tight end, all right, until my next threat, number 2, gets all the way to me. And then I'm going to take my outside arm, and I'm going to rip through his inside shoulder pad. All right, I'm going to what we call wrong arm, okay? And in the 3-4 defense, what we run at Jewell and what we ran at Mines, our interior D tackles and D ends always wrong armed. We never boxed, all right? There are some cases where you could box it, and that's fine, but we always taught our guy to wrong arm it. And while I am holding that tight end up and washing him, I'm run blocking him down the line of scrimmage, right? I am keeping that guard from being able to get in the line of scrimmage and kick me out. So I'm already creating my space by keeping that tight end inside of me with my hands on. So it's very important not just to let these guys go. All right, then we'll go to the next scenario. Tight end goes down, okay? 2 hands on the tight end. I wash the tight end down, all right? I get my eyes up on the QB, all right, or the near back. If that near back, the quarterback keeps the ball and runs wide, I'm now going to disengage from the tight end. I'm going to chase the quarterback inside out, all right, running at his inside hip. And the number one thing I like to tell the defensive ends and tackles is you don't have to tackle the quarterback. All right, everybody goes, well, you're crazy, right? I just want you to run as fast as you can run through his inside hip, and I want you to push him as wide away from you as possible. Because in the high school level, the college level, and even in the pro level now, because they're running a lot more quarterbacks these days than they have in the past, that quarterback most likely is going to be a better athlete and a faster athlete than your end. So all you're trying to do is influence him to run horizontally and wide, make him bubble, as opposed to being able to run downhill and get on your backers. All right, so what we're going to talk about real quick right now is the initial movement. So at the snap of the football, you know, what am I trying to hit? All right, so I'm going to take my inside hand, right, and I'm going to press it right down the middle of their sternum. My outside hand's going to go through the armpit. All right, so that's going to be my strike. All right, that's going to be my target. My read in a triangle read is going to be the outside shoulder pad of the man on. All right, so my eyes are going to be focused on the outside armpit. So if that were to progress out, I would go out and I want to knock it back. All right, hands are going to be tight, sternum, armpit. All right, elbows are going to be tight. All right, at the snap of the ball, I'm going to explode out of my hands. I'm going to shoot my hands. I'm going to explode out of my hips, excuse me. I'm going to shoot my hands from the ground. Okay, and then I'm going to press what I call my gap foot. So in a triangle read, all right, the defensive lineman has the outside gap. All right, so he's going to press his outside foot up. And I want to keep that outside foot stagger the entire time because I'm not an O lineman, so I'm not looking to run block a guy 5 yards, you know, upfield. I'm looking to take control of the outside shoulder pad. I'm looking to turn his shoulder pad, and I'm looking to keep my gap arm and gap foot up together. That way, every time he tries to go out, he'll naturally work himself backwards. All right. How do we get there? All right. So how do we get to, you know, teaching the strike, teaching the press, right? Teaching the hands, elbows tight. Well, this next session here is really what, you know, I do every day. All right. So I call it my Run Pro 1, and Run Pro 1 has a number of different drills in it. And we're going to watch some of these drills today. All right. And we're going to kind of talk through what's important on the drill. Okay. Why we use it. All right. And the first one that we start with every day is quick hands. And my boss at Colorado School of Mines never understood why we did this. All right. And I'm gonna tell you why. I told him why too, but he just refused to acknowledge it. All right. But these are quick hands. So we're going to start with our hands on the ground. You guys can see we just have an agile bag. And all we're going to do is we're going to tap the bottom of that agile bag. And we're going to do that by rotating our hands. Right. So our hands are going to be palms down to start. And then when we tap the bag, they'll be palms up. And we're going to bring our elbows in real tight. And we're going to try to do it as fast as possible. All right. And what we're doing here is we're building muscle memory. Okay. Because as a defensive lineman, when I punch the O lineman, the punch really comes from my hips. All right. It doesn't come from my hands. So all I'm trying to do when we snap the football is get my hands from the ground to the breastplate into the armpit on the triangle read. All right. So here's the first look at quick hands. There we go. All right. And we're going to do this every day. All right. And they're all on whistles. Okay. Like I said, I'm an old offensive coach. All right. Everything I did as a D-line coach was on a whistle, which is probably wrong. All right. But, you know, sometimes it's hard to coach or teach an old dog new tricks. All right. And that's really all it is. So I give them 2 reps. Fast. They stop. I blow the whistle again. They go fast. And the guy that we're looking at here closest to us is doing a great job. All right. One, he's got great body presence. You see how his eyes are up. They're in the heads into the bag. You can look over here to the right. We have a defensive lineman with his eyes down. So he's got a forward lean. So he's not going to be nearly as effective. He's not going to be it's going to be harder for him to keep his elbows in. And you can see right now his elbows right here kind of flared out a little bit. All right. Right here, he's going to keep his elbows in because every time we strike, we want our elbows tight, our thumbs up. All right. And we want small hand placements. Right. So we don't want to be all over the map on that offensive lineman. We want to be on his breastplate and in his armpit. And that's like the steering wheel. All right. So anytime we want to turn his shoulder pads, we just have to lengthen one of our arms. Okay. So this helps us get there with the quick hands, about getting our hands on the man right away, all right, and coming straight from the ground. All right, great. The next set that we're going to talk about is 6-point explosion, okay? And like I said before, the hands aren't the strikers. We're going to strike with the hips, but the only way we can strike with the hips is if we get our hands at full extension, completely locked out and placed on the target. So we have to place them on the target while we're bringing our hips. So we're going to get into a 6-point explosion, all right? I'm going to show it to you real quick and then kind of coach you through the drill. Again, really nice job here. Eyes are up. Elbows are in tight. All right. I am not a big guy that likes to dig my toes into the ground in drill work. Okay. I like to make sure the toes are out of the ground because I want this to be all hip. Right. I want them to get used to not having anything to push off on and just rolling their hip all the way through. Okay. And he does a really nice job, all right, of bringing his hips all the way through. All right, that's an excellent job right there. Eyes are up. Elbows are tight. And again, another reason why, guys, I started using these agile bags as the blocking bags more for convenience, right? Because agile bags, we'll run over those to get warmed up. We'll put them between our base, what I call wide base BGO, so they're around. But what I really like about the agile bag when we're in drill work is they're narrow, right? So it really focuses on getting that quick hands, elbows in tight, right? Thumbs up, and you have to be very precision and precise to hit these bags and hit them with force. But again, great job here with full layout. And one thing I want you guys to know is he did not catch himself, right? All right. If your guys are catching themselves, that means their hips aren't all the way through. All right. It also means that they're not going for it. All right. And everything that we do on the D line, okay, has to be 100% explosion. All right. Because the offense knows the snap count, right? So when that ball is being snapped, the offensive lineman's already taken the step. All right. So we're already kind of behind the 8 ball. So we can't have any timid time. All right. We have to come out of our hips and get rocking and rolling. All right. Again, all the way extended. Excellent job. His eyes are up, right? He's rolled all the way through the ground. Okay. Again, I've gone to doing these 3 times and popping up. And then for whatever reason, over the last 2 years, I've just kind of gone to 2. All right. And then it's time to change. All right. So we start with quick hands. Next, we went to 6-point explosion. All right. The third in the chain is going to be 3-point explosion. And what we're going to do here is we're going to be in a right-handed stance. We're going to be in a left-handed stance. All right. So all of our guys have to be in multiple stances. Okay. Same concept. All right. Really nice job here with his stance. All right. Not a real big stagger. Right. Knees over toes. Hips got a 90-degree bend. Our butt's a little bit above our shoulder pad. All right. And our eyes are up because eyes are key, because key reads, right? So we are looking for that tip of the shoulder pad, right? That's what we're reading. We're reading the tip of the shoulder pad. All right. If that shoulder pad goes in, I know what to do. If that shoulder pad goes out, I know what to do. Sorry, guys. I skipped ahead there. Good. Again, as we are coming out of our hips, you guys see how the feet don't move? Right? That's a big thing is guys and defensive linemen want to take steps. And if they take steps, they're not going for it. All right? We are going to blast the offensive lineman, right, with our hips and our hands. All right? And then we're going to move our feet. All right? So I always say fast eyes, fast hands, fast feet. All right, so feet are third. All right, really nice job. Again, not catching himself. Then we just went and switched into a left-handed stance. Exact same thing. Eyes up all the way through. All right, great job. All right, now next is got what we call hip and rip. Okay, and what hip and rip is it comes out of a 3-point stance. It could also come out of a 2-point stance. We're still using the quick hand model where I'm taking my hands from the ground. I'm putting them right onto the bag. I'm keeping them straight. I'm going to strike with the hip. All right, but this is where the triangle read comes in. All right, so we are going to roll our hip behind our gap arm and gap foot. All right, so this is real important. All right, for how to maintain and control the offensive lineman. So this offensive lineman is going to try to reach me. All right, I'm going to hit him with quick hands, hips. Right, then I'm going to lock out my gap arm. I'm going to roll my hip behind my arm and press my gap foot. All right, and this is where it really the control comes into it. And then we always rip off. So I really want you guys to watch. See the hip roll. Excellent job. Okay, everything looks exactly the same. All right, and this young man right here, number 97, was a redshirt freshman for me. Okay, and he's a guy that was an offensive lineman in high school. Okay, and never played defensive line until he got to Mines, and he just soaked up all of what we were trying to do. And he was a backup for us in our 2019 12-1 season, and he's going to have a great career out there for the rest of the time. But I did it again. There we go. But the big point here, guys, is everything's the same. It's quick hands, 3-point explosion. Okay, this guy's trying to reach me, right? So now I'm going to roll behind my gap arm and gap foot, roll my hip behind it, and I'm going to press, and then we're going to rip off. Good. Last time for this. Good. Excellent work. All right, so we're still in Run Pro 1 now, guys. So I usually would spend 10 to 15 minutes on Run Pro 1. All right. We would finish with shoot tackle. All right, and shoot tackle is my favorite thing. All right, so we had a Rogers 10 by 10 shoot. Okay, and what we did is I put everybody by a post. So there's 4 different defensive linemen in the cage at one time. All right, we'll do exactly what we just did in the hip and rip, right? So it's going to be the quick hands to the sternum. It's going to be the 3-point explosion. It's going to be rock behind the hip. It's going to be rip off, and then we add a tackle. All right. So this drill is set up with, a defender, an offensive lineman, and then standing back here is a running back. Okay. And this guy on the snap, when I blow the whistle, all he's going to do is going to move this foot out a little bit. All right. He's going to step out there to simulate a reach block, and then the rest is history. Okay. This is a great way to get reps. Okay, there's all ages here, guys. I mean, there's a true freshman, a redshirt freshman, a redshirt sophomore, all right, and a junior. All right, so all these guys, the best part about coaching is when your guys look identical, right? When all your guys look identical, right, that they're listening, that they're involved, okay? And we'll do this drill. I hit that space bar too many times. We'll do this drill every day. Okay, as long as we have shoulder pads and helmets on. I never get under the chute unless we have shoulder pads and helmets. So we will do this. They'll get 2 reps each on this post, and then they'll move over and get 2 reps on the other post. I don't think I have all that in there. All right, but this is all really just teaching that triangle read, right? First rep. Right, man on. The man comes to attack me, so I am pretty much focusing on that right this second. All right. This should be the last one right now. Good. Okay, next we got to break up after we do all those reps. So in the Run Pro 1, I'm looking for reps. We're looking for reps. We're going quick. We're banging it out. Okay, when we break up into pods or we break up into partners, all right, there's a little different coaching philosophy there. Okay, now we're going to be getting into teaching. All right, we're not necessarily looking for a quantity of reps. We're looking for quality reps, and we're looking to improve our technique. So right here, we're going to work the zone read. So again, this is triangle read. All right, we're going to read this outside shoulder pad right here. All right, if this guy is to come forward or try to reach us, all right, we no longer have any other reads. If this guy were to go down, okay, we would engage him, flatten him off, and then we would get our eyes looking for something coming back. All right, so in this one, it's a zone reach. Good. Okay, so that last one, you guys can see the difference between the hips. See him really pull his hips out and then watch him not bring them. Big difference right there. Good hips right there on this last one. All right, and this young man right here is about 215 pounds, so he's a small defensive end. All right, and you can still generate the power. So right there is the first read of triangle read. All right, just us teaching the technique over and over again. All right, the next thing we're going to talk about, guys, is what we call our reduction step key reads. All right, I might call them a gap step read. Nobody knows what a gap step is. I kind of invented that just because as an offensive coach, didn't know what to call it. So I called it a gap step read for a long time. But it is a reduction end read. All right, key read. And there's two points or 2 points that we need to know in reduction key reads. There's a pressure key and there's a visual key. All right, so the pressure key is the man you line up on. All right, so just like your triangle read number 1, right? That's what a pressure key is. A visual key is the next lineman inside in the direction that we're going. All right, so here in the reduction key read, a reduction step is we're going to step inside. Okay, we're going to step at a 45-degree angle to the back hip of our visual key. All right, and then we're going to read the visual keys near shoulder pad. All right, so we're going to line up on the tackle, and our eyes or peripheral vision is going to be on the guard. All right. Snap of the football, the guard is going to tell us everything. So we're not ever going to look at the tackle again. All right. So again, we're going to take that 45-degree step to the back hip. All right, of our visual key, which is the first down lineman inside of us. All right. Our second step depends on what the visual key does. If the guard were to come out to us, all right, then our second step is going to, so we go visual key 2, that's guards working to us. All right, we're going to take our second step and go through his upfield shoulder. We're going to blast his upfield shoulder. We're going to lock out our outside arm and press our outside foot. What we're trying to do is we're trying to knock, all right, we're trying to knock that guard back into the backfield, all right, because on defense, all right, what we are trying to do at Jewell, all right, is we're trying to make the running back run laterally, and we're trying to keep our inside backers running on 45s. All right, and I'm a big believer in angles and not gaps. All right, so I want you guys to know that from a scheme standpoint. All right, everything I'm talking about is I am not overly concerned about getting reached in anything. Okay, because if we get reached, we're going to push that lineman, all right, into the backfield. All right, and by pushing him into the backfield, we're going to make the running back get off of a 45-degree angle. We're going to make him bubble. We're going to make him run flat. Okay, and then for how we're teaching our inside backers, outside backers and safeties they're gonna make up for all that issue. So what I'm looking for huge collision from the defensive line, imposing your will a little bit on the offensive line, and pushing them into the backfield, making the running back do what we want the running back to do. All right, in our 3-4 system, we want the running back to cut back, right? Which is great because most offensive running back coaches are teaching the inside zone as a cutback play. All right, and I was a running back coach for years, and that's what I want you to do, because I want to tell our linebackers where to go. All right, so in the reduction key read, all right, we're going to be reading the visual key. We're going to line up head up on the tackle. All right, when we take that 45-degree step in, that guard expands to us. We're going to blast through the outside shoulder pad of the guard, and we're going to push him. We're going to push him back into the backfield to the best of our ability, and we're only going to push him back a yard or two. And what I like to tell our guys is we want to get our heels on their side of the line of scrimmage, and then we don't want to go any deeper, because the deeper we go, right, now we open up lanes behind us. All right, and that was a big change from 18 to 19 with our defensive line, because everybody wants to make plays. And I used to talk to the D-line all the time is, what's the difference between tackling a guy for a 1-yard loss, a 0-yard gain, or a 1-yard gain? In the grand scheme of things, nothing. All right. And how big is that 3-yard loss, right? So if you might get him one time 3 yards in the backfield, but the next time you push that deep in the backfield, he gets underneath you, he gets outside the linebacker, then he runs for 60 yards, right? I'd much rather just hold my ground, not give him a place to go and take care of business. All right. So the first one we talked about here was guard 2. All right, so 45-degree step to the back hip of the guard. Second step will go through the guard's outside shoulder pad. I lock out my outside hand. I press my gap foot behind it. I roll behind my hip, like all that stuff that we just watched on the video. Okay, I push, right, and I get my eyes to the near back, which will in this case be the running back. All right, the next set that we can do, all right, is now that the guard goes away. So if the guard goes away from me, all right, who's blocking me? And this is exactly how I teach it to the defensive line. And they're always going to say, well, the tackle, right? It has to be the tackle because there's nobody over there, right? So as we take our 45-degree step to the guard, and I see that shoulder pad go down away from me, he's going to the nose guard, all right? My next step has to be as vertical as possible. So I take that first 45, and the second step, I want to go as vertical as possible because I'm going to shoulder lift, roll my hips, and blast the tackle. Right? That's what I'm looking to do. I'm looking to blast the tackle, all right? And then I'm looking to shuffle down behind the guard. And it's very important that when I shuffle back down behind the guard, I keep shuffling, all right, until I get the running back on my outside shoulder pad. And then once I get him on my outside shoulder pad, I sink, right? I anchor in the ground. All right, what that does is when I get the running back on my outside shoulder pad, that means he's automatically cutting back. All right, when he's automatically cutting back, we are now going to be +2 in the 3-4 defense in the back end. Okay, our pretty much our inside linebacker, one of our best tacklers. All right, we'll meet that guy right at the line of scrimmage. All right, and then if he doesn't get him, you have an outside backer that'll be right there too. So it's pretty much a combo tackle. It's an easy tackle. The running back isn't running downhill; he's going lateral, and that's really what we're trying to do. So our guys are going to read the guard. If the guard comes to, that means they're on the front side. They're going to punch through the outside shoulder pad of the guard. They're going to press them vertical for about a yard, yard and a half, 2 yards at the most. All right, we're going to tell that running back to cut back. As he cuts back and tries to work back behind the center in the guard, all right, our backside end who's on a reduction step is going to be shoulder lifting the tackle, all right, shuffling down flat until he gets that guy on his outside shoulder pad. He's going to anchor, all right. The back is going to most likely immediately cut outside of the tackle who will still be trying to block you as you're anchoring, all right, to the unblocked inside backer who's going to rock back, all right, and then your secondary support will come from your outside linebacker, okay, and then your bonus, which I like to call it, will come from the third level in the safety play. So the reduction key reads really took the Mines defense to to new heights, being the number one rush defense in the country in 2019. All right. I'm going to show you how I coach it. We have a little bit of video here. All right. This is a little bit more advanced when I'm coaching it because we'll break into pods. So like you saw the zone reach where it was a one-on-one type of thing, I'll break these guys into pods. They'll be in groups of 3. And I kind of do the down-the-line coaching there. So I'll make sure I have an older guy and 2 younger guys, all right, throughout it. And then I'll make the correction on who's ever going. And then I'll tell the older guy, hey, make sure you get him right. So when I come back, right, he's been coached up the entire time that we're having practice. All right, but here's a double reduction. All right, so that means that this defensive end and this defensive end are both going to be stepping to the back shoulder or back hip of the guard. They're both going to be getting different reads. So this one's going to get guard 2. This one's going to get guard away. All right, so you're going to get a chance to see the cup, which we call the front side, and the shoulder lift shuffle on the back side. All right, and let's watch the cup first, right over here. Okay, again, you see the footwork, 45-degree step to the back hip, right? Guard comes 2. Boom. Then let's watch all the other stuff that we did. Quick hands. Watch the hips. 3-point explosion. Okay, watch him rock behind his hip, right? Hip and rip. Hip and rip. Okay, Luke Jeter is a strong kid, but Luke Jeter's 230 pounds. All right, so we had a 230-pound starting defensive end. You had a 250-pound defensive tackle, and you had a 270-pound nose guard. And this was the number 1 rush defense in the country. All right, so you don't have to be huge. All right, but you do have to play with technique, and Luke here is doing a great job with his technique. All right, now let's watch Sterling on the backside. All right, so Sterling right here, the defensive tackle. Sorry, guys, I thought I had it paused. All right, he's going to get guard away. So his first step will be a 45 at the back hip. Guard goes away. He's going to take his next step, going to go as vertical as possible, and he's going to shoulder lift and shuffle. You guys see what the shoulder lift, right? He's going to use his 3-point explosion on the shoulder lift. See the hips come forward? Watch what happens to the tackle. Boom, he gets lifted into the backfield. And then Sterling's in a square stance, flat shuffle. All right, and really there's no running back here, but he's going to continue to shuffle, all right, until he gets the running back on his outside shoulder pad. Now, right here, the helmet of the tackle is inside of Sterling, all right? And this is the number 1 thing that I think a lot of D linemen, get confused about. Well, I have that gap, his helmet's inside, so I have to just hell-bent for election. I got to run in there, all right? But I'm a big believer in body mechanics, being in position to make the play, all right, being in control, right? So when the running back gets there, then I can make the play. And if I just dive in there, then most likely he's going to get on my back hip to tackle. And he's just going to wash me by, right? So right here, where the tackle might have inside presence on Sterling, Sterling's in control. Anytime Sterling wants to get this guy to off of him, he's in control because that guy, the tackle's in trouble. His feet are all crossing over. He's in trouble. All right, Sterling has a nice, strong base. All right, now let's watch the nose guard real quick. All right, because this is hip and rip. 92. So watch 92 real quick. See him run behind that hip right there? See what he does to the center? He keeps him on the line of scrimmage and flat. All right, now they're trying to double team the nose guard, and the nose guard's giving him his back, right? You want to put that guard on your back number because every time he pushes hard on that back number and your outside arm is locked out in the center, see what the center is? The center looks like he's running a sprint this way. His shoulder pads are turned, right? So again, 3-point, you got quick hands, 3-point explosion, hip and rip. And again, we're keeping all the linemen on the line of scrimmage. All right. All right, single reduction. All right, so in single reduction, we're going to get one guy's going to be on a on second to the back hip. The other guy's going to be working triangle read. So I'm pretty sure this one here is working triangle read to the left. All right, the one on the right is going to be gap stepping. All right, or excuse me, reduction stepping. All right, so he's going to step on a 45 to the back hip. He's going to get guard two, so he's going to get that cup action again. Okay, again, he didn't have as good of a hip roll as he did the first time, but he's still in control, still knocking that guard back. All right, now one more thing I want everybody to understand is I'm a huge believer in playing head ups, right? Because if you're an offensive lineman and you in the guard and tackle right over here to the right are going to be double teaming my end, all right, they're taught to take half a man. So the tackle's going to step out a half a man, right, while I'm going to step in a half a man. So pretty much I'm eliminating their double team right off the bat. Okay, and then I'm going to push the guard into the backfield. I'm going to make the running back cut back. All right, so right here is going to be to the left, where Sterling's going to be quick hands, three-point explosion. He's working triangle read. So now his guy's going down. The big difference here is if this guy was going down, the tackle was going down, and there was no tight end, Sterling would play it square because he'd have to read the near back. All right, but since he's covered up by a tight end, he can just play hip and rip, all right, and kind of work against the double team. Good, again, and we can see again what happens to the tackle. Tackle gets flattened off. Sterling presses through him, then he pulls and rips off. In his case, he swims, but that's fine. Okay, again, that's what I'm talking about with your triangle read. All right? Man went away. He rolls in behind it. He gets his eyes down the line of scrimmage. He flattens the tackle off, so there's no chance of him getting trapped, right? Nobody came back, and then he's going to pulled himself off and got vertical, all right, because he's going to be looking for a quarterback type of a run. All right, then you can watch the nose guard. Sorry. There we go. Watch the nose guard 93. You guys can see the hip rip. See him roll behind his hip. You guys can see what's happening to the center. Center's getting ejected out of there. All right, you can see what's happening to the double team. Right? Scotty doesn't do a great job of getting on the back shoulder. Right? But then he really gets behind that hip, his hip behind his arm. Right? Then the double team can't move him. So again, guys, you can see 5 offensive linemen all standing on the line of scrimmage. All right, and that's really what we're looking for as a defensive line play. All right. So, guys, with that said, you know, I know it's really tough in a situation here. D-line coaches, O-line coaches, you know, we really like to get your hands on you, right? Like to get you to stand up, do some things to kind of help, you know, you guys feel the leverage and the power there. But for the most part, you know, we've been very successful with those types of techniques, and the whole thing is attack and then control. So when you don't have a good D line, right, tell them to run block the O lineman, right? Especially when they're not trying to block you, right? They're trying to get somebody else. So keep them off that, and that's really kind of a simple term for it.
One of the, like you said, Coach, at the start with all of it, I said it earlier today in the clinic, and again, it's tough when it's the last clinic, but yet it's still so much vital, good info. You said take one thing, and I mean there was a variety. I love that quick. I love the quick drill. That's all. I mean, just any kid in America can work on hand speed by simply taking hands down. It's like the old school game that we played when we were up. It's like, hey, you know, like, hey, let's slap, you know, let's just go. That's a fantastic drill to be able to incorporate. And then, like you said, especially with the stack concept, playing with that guy head up and forcing him to take on the double, but also your coaching point of really telling guys to chase that backside to the center really just broadens that whole concept, because you could see him. He has to run lateral at that point. He's not able to do anything else. Steve Walsh asked, he said, "Great stuff, Coach. Are you willing to share your PowerPoint?" And
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, there was so many really good stuff. Your keys as far as how to get that leverage, and I think another great coaching point that you brought up was, the explosion of the hips. You can really tell when a guy is going all out, because you will see them slow it up, right? I mean, I haven't given that whole thing. Like, that was a perfect point that you brought up there. Absolutely, it was spot on. Let's see if anybody else comes through with a question as it goes. Really dragged safety first. So much gold. We are going to share these. I need to rewatch and take notes on the coaching points. Yeah, Juan, absolutely. There's a lot of really good stuff that Coach talked about, that all the coaches today have been able to share with everybody. But especially this last one, there was a lot of really fundamentally sound techniques and concepts that you incorporated in there, Coach McGlinchy.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell everybody this. I probably wanted to say it in the beginning, but I am not a play caller, right? So I don't believe in having a lot of plays. I believe in having a base, right? And I believe to be able to play that to everything, right? And then after that, you're going to have your nuts and bolts and your change ups, because you can't let the offense set their watch by you. But when you have a system and you have a base call that you can call, and it doesn't matter if you see something new, right? Because your players are just so programmed to play against anything, and they have a couple rules, right? I would believe that that's really made the big difference.
Definitely.
And as a young coach, you always want to have the perfect call. And then when you start calling plays, you're like, hey, I just want to have a safe call, right? It just makes it easier on me.
Everything looks awesome, and then you're like, oh wait, that's happening.
Yeah. So I'm a big believer in having a bunch of safe calls, and then if they give us something weird, your players know what to do with it. And that's the great part about working high academic football, and that's where I've been most of my career. Is you have some guys that really pick it up, and they're really smart, and they help you out on the field.
I there's no doubt. I mean, I know for a fact, not unless you're like into the game of football and know kind of where it is that kids have an opportunity to go at, you wouldn't have ever heard of Colorado School of Mines unless you're in that region of the country, or if you're someone who's really into architecture and engineering, and that you want to go to. Like I had a student athlete. It was like probably 8 to 10 years ago, who's now serving in the U.S. He's serving on the USS Kentucky. And he's a nuclear engineer. And that was one of the schools that he was really interested in. Like, unless you know that, you don't know that that's like 4.4, students are off the chain. Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, but to credit that, technique and discipline is technique and discipline, right?
Everyone. That's the easiest stuff to teach, man. I mean, you just get them lined up and you get them to work if they work their triangle read, they work their inside technique read or their reduction step read, then no matter what the offense puts out there, they know what to do, right? And then how to do it. And then now it's just to execute and go for it,
Yeah, definitely.
That's the big thing.
That was awesome. Well, Coach, again, I appreciate you. I appreciate you taking time away from your family, and obviously with everything going on COVID-wise and having the ability to kind of do this, I think was great for a lot of people, and look forward to, keeping you in the loop as we do it again somewhere down the line, man. I mean,
sounds good. Sounds like hopefully I have some Jewell tape. That's
it's coming. It's coming, man. Let's just stay positive, right?
Yeah, we're gonna play 5 games this spring, so we're
awesome.
We're looking forward to getting out there. But
absolutely.
How would sharing the PowerPoint? Do you want me to send it to you? Do you want me to?
Yeah, that'd be great, because if you share it to me, then what Sean and I will be able to do is actually put it on the site, and we'll lock it in a way in which that way it doesn't go anywhere. But or to anybody that wants to, we could probably say this now. To anybody that wants to, they could send an email directly to myself. I'll put your email onto the site as well. If they contact you, that's great. That's totally great.
Well, great. Well, thank you again, Coach. I really appreciate it. It's been a long time since I got a chance to see you,
Yeah, man. It's I'm telling you, buddy, it's wild, man. I'm still rocking it here in the Bury. Just enjoy. Got 2 little ones running around, and
awesome.
It's that time of the year. We got football clinics, and people have got to adjust how it is that we did some things. So this was really great to be able to pull off today. So I'm excited about it, and I really do. I appreciate it, and it's great to see you, man. You look good. You getting after it. I see you. I'm
trying to. COVID put an X on. I want to take that X off.
You're not gonna be that head coach that all of a sudden starts pumping out a little bit. I know.
Oh, well, I could. I mean, I like to eat, so
I understand. Awesome.
Well, great.
Well, this is great. This is good stuff. And again, if anybody's still on and wants to send in a question, we'll be able to see it. Let me follow up with Sean real quick because I know he's got probably closing remarks that he's going to put out there. But yeah, this is. Oh, look, I got a couple head coaches that just hit me up. Coach Ote said, "Man, I need that PowerPoint. This was great." Coach Parker hits me up. This is awesome stuff. So you did a great job today, Coach.
Good. That's what I wanted to learn too. When I was a running back coach, trying to convince somebody to hire me as a defensive line coach, I went and talked to some really good guys, and I got a lot of those things. I still use them to this day. So obviously they're pretty good.
Riley Cannon, thanks for the coach presentation. There you go. Brian Harris, great day. That's awesome. It's funny because you said, being an offensive guy, then becoming a defensive guy and taking this game and really, trying to figure out how it is that you can adapt, what your skill level is. Cause I completely understand that, especially when you first get into the game. And if you think you figured it out, you are completely wrong. It's like, you just got to keep learning in this, there's so many different avenues and so many great teachers that are out there. And I love that point that you said, because that's what this whole thing was supposed to be about is, again, getting an opportunity to hear from quality teachers teach this game. Because again, there is so many varieties within it, but that doesn't mean it isn't sound teaching, and I think we can all just grab something from it and really, take it back to our programs and be better as a result of it.
No doubt.
Let me see. I got another text message that came through. I guess someone who's shy did put it on the Facebook page. All right. Good stuff. All right. So yeah, it looks like we're all wrapped up and get out of time. We're good. Sean's going to come in. All right. Thanks.
Coach, thank you very much. I appreciate it for today.
I appreciate it too. It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coach. All right, for everybody that's tuning in, I want to thank everybody for joining our first presentation. Obviously, hopefully it went out without a glitch. I know there was a couple things here and there, but I think for your first time, Coach Riley, I think you did a fantastic job with your ideas.
Couldn't do it without you, man. We had all the graphics and how the screens were able to move simultaneously. That was awesome, man. This turned out really, really well.
As I told you when you came up with the idea, it's what I do. Come on, man.
Yeah. Well, and you're like, it's easy, and I'm like, is it? I don't know if it is. Like, I don't know if I can minimize and pull this and do that. But yeah, man, it's worked out really, really well, and already have gotten a lot of people that have given some tremendous feedback. Talked to the coaches already. All the presenters actually hit me up. Were like, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah. So the key thing is obviously if somebody's listening right now at the end. We'll cut all these individual videos, put them on our website, give them to the presenters in case they want to share it with whoever they want to put it out there, social media, or just look at it for their own things. And then hopefully the idea on the FB Facebook or FB filmroom.com would be to have the presentations or different things like that. So expect everything as far as what you saw today. The live stream will stay up. So obviously you can do whatever you need to do on Facebook and YouTube and stuff like that. And if it's something you want to do again, that's why we put the donation thing up because, unfortunately, we have some guys that, there's only so many times you can ask them to do this for free.
Yeah, exactly.
At some point, costs and different things do come to the effect. So if you did enjoy it and feel like helping a cause, buy a cup of coffee for us, whatever you feel is generous. I appreciate that.
Definitely, man. And again, anybody that's still out there, we look to try to do this, thinking of try to do it like quarterly. So probably next couple months, see how things kind of wrap into it, and we'll go from there. If you got any feedback, positive or negative, send it to me. I mean, I have no issue with hearing some things that might help us make it better,
Right.
or things that you really liked about it. Either which way, it's about growth and about development within the program of football, and that's what the thing is all about. So,
if there's critiques, send them to Brendan. If they're how great they are, send them to me, because I really don't need any more negativity.
Yeah, I'll take the complaints. He'll take the good stuff. That'll work. I can deal with that.
All right, guys.
guys.
We'll sign off. If anybody else, if they want to reach out to us, obviously you can reach out on Facebook. Just shoot us a message, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
All right.
If you want to be a presenter, let us know as also if you're listening.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely going to be looking for some guys who are interested in presenting whatever topic, youth, special teams. I know we didn't cover any special teams today, and that's one of those ones that gets forgotten a lot of times, but special teams is a huge one that's got to get some play.
All right, signing off, guys.
See ya.